that John did the recap because he was really in the pilot seat towards the end of the last session. He came down the mountain through a tree provided to him by Tilly, and with the objective of trying to secure View's family. He did find them. They did not come willingly, but he did manage to abduct them from their family business and take them aboard the ship, the Lady of the Waves, under Lash's guard for their own protection. He was, however, still left with about 4 hours, if I believe. He's got 4 hours to. Well, what is it? What are you going to do? Like,
So, initial thing, first instinct is to kind of storm off and go to the Well of Whispers. But perhaps on the walk there, consider that perhaps rushing in head first into this kind of situation might not be the smartest thing. So, is there anywhere, any sort of public house or anywhere that I can publicly get to that I can have a view of the Well of Whispers from, like a nearby tavern or anything like that, or market?
As you can see on the map, it's a very prominent building on the corner of like the main thoroughfare. So if you wanted to keep an eye on the Well of Whispers, you could go and climb the old battlements, which would give you a really good vantage point, but it would be quite obvious if anyone were to spot you. Or across the way is the main residential area, which is a little bit more nondescript. So if you were unable to find your way there with a reason to be there, who knows?
Are there many vagrants in the city that might be sort of bumming around, like any?
Yeah, there's it's not a very rich city, and a lot of people have ended up in Irongard. So yeah, there would be some ne'er-do-wells, vagrants, displaced people, homeless, and all different kinds for all different reasons. You would have seen a fair few of them about town.
Okay,
just
so
walking around.
I'd probably like to go to the residential area. Use my cape of. Sorry, I'm unpreparedly not had my character sheet up. What's it? That's it. Cloak of many fashions. Yeah, and use that to be just like a dirty kind of like ragged sort of cape. And I'll bundle up my valuables in my furs and get my backpack together, so I just look like I'm maybe like a beggar or something like that. And I'm just gonna maybe, well, depending on how long it will take before I see something or feel like I need to do anything, but prepare possibly for the next hour or so. I just want to sort of
a little stakeout.
Just have a little stakeout, just kind of, just like keep the hood over. I don't want anyone to see my face. I just want to kind of hang around on a corner with like just look like I'm begging.
Okay, so to not get noticed and to blend in, you can either make a stealth or a deception check.
All right, let's try a bit of stealth. Oh, nice,
24. You go across the thoroughfare, just kind of looking up towards Traders Way, which is a lot busier than the old rusty trail was or is. And seemingly there are a few kind of panhandlers on both sides of the street, and you find like quite a nice gap in the gutter next to a vagrant who seems to be sound asleep and therefore does not notice you plonk yourself down next to him.
Perfect.
So you say you want to stay there for about an hour?
Potentially, unless I see anything that makes me think I need to act on it. But my general plan is I'm going to stay here for an hour or so, see if I see any come-ins and go-ins from the Well of Whispers without getting too invasive.
Yeah.
But after a little while, I do want to just head back out up the trail and just sort of like meet everyone else halfway.
Catch everybody up.
Unless I see something that I feel like I need to do something about, yeah.
Then you can make a perception check for me. Not bad. 17. With a 17, you would notice over the hour. Well, for when you get there, first of all, you notice like quite a few like parked up coaches. They all look quite different. Some of them look to have travelled a long way. Some of them look fairly luxurious by design. And over the hour, you've noticed many people come out of the Well of Whispers dressed in this very nondescript black and grey, black and purple cloaks, and attend to some seemingly, with that check, fairly well-to-do people. There seems to be some kind of gathering imminently taking place at the Well of Whispers.
Okay.
Very public. No one's, it's not sneaking in. Seems to be very much by invitation. You see, would you see? Just having a look. Bear with me. 17. Make an insight check for me. Sorry, insight or history, whichever's better.
Slightly better history. Oh, not today though.
There's one or two people like milling about pensively, but nobody you recognise offhand while trying to, kind of stay clear across the other side of the road. But it seems to be, I guess, a source of a bit of chat. You overhear in the residential area, a few people, wonder who that is, or, what's going on over there? And, it's all kind of a bit, curtain twitchy over your side of the street.
Okay. And just out of all those people I've seen, I've not seen any of my crew come or go.
No.
Okay.
Okay. So an hour goes by. The sun is getting lower in the sky. I reckon it's probably about 2 hours until sunset. You have about 3 hours, you think, before the guys are supposed to arrive on the Rusty Trail. I'll just cut to them. Mm-hmm. Is there anything in particular, guys, that you would accomplish or want to talk about while Smoke is gone? There may not be. I'm just asking.
I don't think I can think of anything in particular.
Mm-hmm. I think we kind of already discussed the plan, so we maybe just like reiterate the we're getting in the town. We're taking the cart straight to the ship, leaving it with the crew, and then going with Smoke to see Oswind, to talk to him, to tell him the truth, and tell him we're not giving the scepter, and then dealing with the whatever happens.
And View knows that Smoke has gone ahead to secure his family, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So yeah, an hour go by in your time as well. Smoke, are you hanging around, or are you heading back up the trail, or are you doing anything else?
Yeah. So if I've seen a fair bit, I'll head back up the Rusty Trail. So I'm just kind of outside of any coming and going in town and don't get noticed, and just wait on the trail for these guys to show up.
Okay, so you could reconvene. Just make a. Well, I'm going to say with your feline agility and without being slowed down by anybody, you could make good progress back up the Rusty Trail, especially as you've been up it before now. And you could reconvene with the guys an hour away. So
okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah.
You would get out about an hour outside the city by cart. The rest of you would see Smoke athletically scampering up the road towards you.
Mr. Smoke! Hello!
Shit.
It's easier when
No.
you can go through the tree, isn't it?
Yes, it went. It went. It went. It went. It went. We
Are they on
have.
the boat?
Yes, yes, they're on the boat.
Okay.
Good, that sounds great. All went to plan then.
mm, yes and no. It seems
Did you
as
see some of Oswin's men? Was there any trouble to be had? He hadn't. He hadn't abducted them, had he?
no, he has not done that.
He has not abducted.
He,
The accent is important.
What's going on?
it seems as though our crew of the ship has found themselves in some trouble, causing too much ruckus around town. They were jailed momentarily before Oswin bailed them out and now has them at his Well of Whispers.
The whole crew?
The whole crew, aside from Lash.
That's a big bill. I mean, it's not unlike Oswin to throw his weight around like this, but I guess that's good of him.
Seems suspicious if you ask me. What does he owe to our crew? They've done nothing but cause trouble in town, despite the best of our efforts.
Does he have plans for them? Does he?
Well,
I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't give you more insight.
I stayed a short walk away from the Well of Whispers so I could see what's going on there, and it seems like there's some kind of event, comings and goings of his own followers and some perhaps noble types or well-to-do types. My crew have neither come nor left.
Is he throwing a party for us? That sounds awfully nice.
Nice is not what I use.
Oh, okay.
Suspicious. We come back down from the mountain, and our crew just happens to be in his stronghold.
Why wasn't Lash there?
I don't know, perhaps she
Get caught.
perhaps she just didn't get caught. Yes, I didn't give much time nor thought to speak about it, but she's currently on our ship and she's with the rest of you's family.
Oh, I'm glad you managed to safely extract them, Mr. Smoke.
Yes.
You were they okay? Are they?
Yes, it seemed okay.
What about the shop?
Well, the shop is now vacant, and they actually were being. They had an order to provide for Oswin baked goods for this event.
Oswin placed an order at the pastry sheet.
Correct.
That was our plan.
Indeed.
You don't think he's been monitoring us?
I would suspect that he's been monitoring our connections in town, at the very least. That's why I was concerned for his family, and now I find myself concerned for our crew.
View looks over his shoulder. Oh.
Though we have known of people to have magical means of seeing us from afar, is there any way we can tell if Oswin is capable of such thing?
Oswin is a student of magic, although he's not of the arcane magic. Some of the rituals and techniques I've seen him perform, although not as ostentatious as yours, Mia, they're seemingly posed towards his god.
Ostentatious.
And
That's a bit
his
judgmental.
No, I Mia definitely has a flair for this arcane power that she wields, and what I mean is Oswin is much more muted in his castings.
I've seen Mir look at things that are in people that are afar, right? Maybe he can
you
do
have,
that.
and this scepter, I can use this for that. It's kind of part of that school of magic that I guess Oswin is interested in, so that we didn't guess that he was probably scrying on us. That was maybe foolish of us. He probably has been.
Could we have done something to prevent that?
Did you
You
see
can.
what he's up to now with your scepter then?
I could.
Well, if we're going to be walking into a trap, knowing what sort of trap might not be a bad idea.
He might have a way of knowing that we're watching him, but we know that he was watching us, so all's fair in love and war, I guess.
You saying that he already knows that we're not going to give it him, so he's taken our crew? Is that what the conclusion is here?
It's something we have to consider.
I just Oswin makes a point of keeping an eye on everybody in Ironguard, whether they're in his employ or not. If you're worried about him being offended that somebody has spied on him, then I will gladly defend anybody's case not to be, to be spied on, especially if they're Oswin Forecutter. It would be a bit rich coming from him.
1 second.
Then let's do it.
Could be.
I can
could be
scry
quite
on him.
useful. On him or the place? I don't know how it works, but
Let me just remember.
I'm going to post it up in the chat.
because I know. Sweet.
It's a creature.
Creature.
Modified by how well you know the target or have some sort of physical connection.
So I guess it would be the 0, maybe? I've met them.
Oh, the bottom one does say, the bottom bit of the spell say you can choose a location where you have been before as a target of the spell. Which I guess then would mean no save?
No save, but if we pick the wrong room, we're done.
He's not gonna be there, and we're gonna see nothing. It's a risk.
So I'm guessing, would it count as we know him, or you know him firsthand? You've only met him, you don't know him well.
Yeah, I think so.
And do we have any possessions? He didn't really give us anything.
Do you have any of his possessions, View?
No.
Would we have anything of Sydney?
We've got the key we took from her that we used to open the temple.
Blood connection. And I'm all about that.
But that wasn't his.
That is true.
Not his, and she's dead.
That is true. And the key that you had, View, that didn't come from Oswin, did it?
No, that was my grandfather's.
That's right. I remember that.
So, shall we just try it? On him?
You're familiar with him, yeah. Is it something that you could try twice, like once on him, once on the location, or?
It takes a lot out of me, but I can.
I guess it'll just depend on what you see. If we get some useful information with the first one, maybe.
So,
I'm excited.
are you casting scry on Oswin.
Yes, using my scepter.
Okay. So they've got to make a Wizzy save against your spell save DC.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it going to...
Imagine he's pretty wise.
I rolled a natural 1.
Yeah.
Cool. What have we
Very
got?
good.
10 minutes?
I'll let him roll. No, I won't.
So describe how using your scepter you cast this spell, Mia.
So I assume for this we would have like pulled over, right? I feel like I can't scry and concentrate on the back of a moving cart.
Don't scry and drive. Don't do that.
Yeah.
It helps to retain your physical consciousness and not send it off somewhere else while driving.
Yeah. So she would sit, I think, cross-legged with the like crystal. It's the big diamond, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The diamond of the scepter, like in her lap, and cast the spell, and then just let her gaze kind of be like drawn to it when it's ready, I think.
Mm-hmm. As you perform the necessary incantations, the staff begins to pull itself upright before you and float maybe 3 inches above the ground. And almost like a siren, this white flash encircles the diamond. And as the white light hits your eyes, Mia, it turns them white, and all of a sudden you are transported in a similar way that you experienced before, your vision being pulled first person perspective towards the Well of Whispers. And as this navigating eye weaves in and out of a crowd, you see a few. Well, make a history check for me. Yeah.
5.
You see a few people all kind of gathered outside, a few people coming up the steps, but the orientation is difficult for you to grasp as you're kind of traveling out of your own consciousness. You go through a crack in the door, and after a brief pause in the kind of reception area of the Well of Whispers, you head straight into a feasting hall. The feasting hall is busy. There are people kind of getting a meal ready, but there are other kind of not servants, but maybe employees in some way of Oswin. They are carrying a range of things in chests, covered up. They're being extra careful with their contents. And at the head of the feasting table, Oswin is directing things meticulously. You see him bark orders at people, and he's trying to display some items just so. Just make an insight check.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, with a 12, it's difficult to make out these items, but the general vibe of the room is that he's preparing maybe something like either like a museum kind of information evening, or maybe even some kind of auction. He's looking to display these items and have people come and see them. And he looks not overwhelmed, because Oswin is a very cool, calm, and collected individual, but it is chaotic in there and very busy. He looks like he's against the clock.
Mm-hmm. Are there any crew members that I can see?
Not in this particular room, no.
Mm-hmm. And I can't recognize or see any of the items because I rolled shit.
Well, yeah, shit history and okay insight.
Okay.
I will say, there's an assortment of items. They each look different and unique. Maybe they've been acquired from different places. Certainly of different values. And there are a few other people, with lots of scrolls and scripture, making a few notes. Yeah, that's all you can really see from this perspective.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And is that what's happening for the full 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Few items get kind of displayed. I'll give you if you are concentrating for the full 10 minutes, I will give you another either perception, history, or insight check. You choose.
Okay. 28. That's better.
Okay, as you sit there for the whole duration of the spell, you inhabit the room much more comfortably, and it's as if you're there. People walk through you, speak through you, and you begin to orientate and familiarize yourself with the room a lot better. You have been in here before very briefly, but the room is kind of transformed. You see a battle standard being unfurled. You see a golden hand with various rings being placed on it, with a little kind of information kind of pamphlet about each of the rings displayed in front of the hand. The items that are being displayed here are someone who is particularly motivated to curate, preserve, and protect magic items. This is better than pretty much anything except the codex that you would find back in Silvercrest in your temple. So there's some seriously important magic items. With that as well, you would see a couple of people arriving early. No one that you recognize offhand, but these people look moneyed mostly.
Yeah.
They look really varied. People seem to have traveled, maybe not even from just across the Isles, but maybe from other planes.
Heck.
And with that 28, I will say that you do recognize one person who comes in right at the end of your spell and goes, "Oh, sorry, am I early? I think I've got the wrong place." And it's Felnak, the Goliath that Tisha was on a date with a few days ago.
Okay. Those magic items that I clocked.
Yeah.
Do I get a sense of any like good or evil or anything like that?
Just having a look. There is around one or two of them a distinct draconic vibe, but there is one feeling you get in particular, and it's not because you've seen this item, but you almost sense its presence. You get a same feeling that you did when you were stood just on the boundaries of Sargrangula, just in front of the temporal rift. You get a sense of very, very, very powerful magic from one of the items.
But I can't see what it is.
No. Whether it's in a chest or it's concealed.
Okay. Cool. That's it?
That's it.
I like blink and my eyes will not be white again. And
Mhm.
is everyone
The
just kind of?
staff then falls to the floor.
I'll try and catch it.
Yeah, it's fine. You catch it.
Is everyone just sat around me watching to see?
Yes.
Indeed.
What?
This-
What happened?
It worked. I saw
Yes.
him. He was in the feasting hall, and he's organizing an event right now. That he's got items. He's got magical items. Some so powerful, and it's like he's going to sell them or display them. And all these people are coming from everywhere to come and see them. Tish, were you flirting with someone in one of the towns?
No, just chatting.
Make a deception check.
I would like to roll an insight against this deception check.
No, you don't have to.
You don't have to. Tisha just goes bright red.
Do you not remember
I'm
Mia?
feeling warm
Tisha
now.
had that date. Remember? You guys came back. And
No, it
Tisha
wasn't
was...
a date.
I remember, that's why
it was
I
a
asked,
drink.
Declan.
No, it was definitely a date. It was more than a drink,
Mm.
Tisha.
What was his name?
I remember walking away. Felnak.
He's
He did
there.
offer to take us up to the temple, wherever we just came from.
I bet he did. He's there right now.
Oh,
Well, I don't really know much more than the fact that he was quite keen to join us. And he was willing to buy me drinks. That's pretty much all I got from that.
say, did you say it looked like a showing of them, or like an auction, or
Maybe either.
Is this
It
the
was kind
type of...
of-
Go on.
Go on.
No, I was just thinking, sorry. I was just thinking, is this the type of thing where they really wouldn't be happy if they don't have baked goods? And isn't it time that... Wasn't it 4 hours from the point of... I mean, this is in-game. Isn't it the time that those pies should be picked up right now? I'm just thinking, just hashtag just saying. There might be some ruckus with no pies.
It does seem like it could be a catered event.
Yeah. Right.
Remember, Tisha doesn't know about the pie order.
Yeah. He
did
said
Smoke?
Smoke
Did
told us.
Smoke
not-
just told us.
Smoke told us.
I told him about the order that was put in.
Yeah, but
with...
then we
By
were like,
Oswin.
did they
Oh,
spy on us?
The Oswin ordered.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
That's what
Okay.
made us think, oh my god, he's been spying on us.
Yeah, exactly. Like he stole our idea, Dan.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that from last session. I just couldn't remember if Smoke had just relayed that while Oswin was there, while View was there.
Yeah.
That happened just at the start of this
Yeah,
session.
sorry, I'm
Well, I
struggling.
did add in that. No, it was. I'm kind of confused because what I did add in was the time frame that we didn't know from this one, and I added it
Yeah.
for the last bit, so
Mhm.
I can
So
see where
what
that
you-
went.
What you're saying, Tisha, is if we don't hurry up, then somebody will come looking for View's
Oh.
family for the order, and
Absolutely.
they will know something is wrong before we get there.
Yeah,
if-
maybe not even on that level. I just think it sounds from Mia's talking about how important it would be. It sounds like a really prestigious event, and not having any catering could be a problem that causes a lot of issues.
That's your concern
It
here.
was more about the pie than the family at
Yeah.
this point. But yes,
No, that's
yeah.
that's sad. That it would be sad if they didn't have any food. Yeah.
Well, it would set things in motion. Is my point.
I know. That's yeah. I see what you're saying, and if they will start Smoke, this. Did you lock up after you left? Did they left a message on the door saying the bakery's closed and we had to? No,
No,
you
not exactly.
You didn't have time for that, did you? Did you rush out?
It was quite rushed, yes. Did you not see any of our crew during your spell?
No one. I mostly just saw some very rich looking people. Maybe from other planes too.
I'll go and talk to Felnak. Is that right?
Okay.
Shall I do that?
If we get in.
As soon as he sees one of us arrive, then the questions start coming about where is the scepter and how was the mission.
But do
Did
we
you
go
say that?
straight there?
Sorry.
Or do we follow the plan and take the cart to the ship and let Lash watch over it? Because if we go straight there, what we're gonna do is just leave it in the street and go inside. I don't think that'd be wise.
No.
What do we do then?
Take it straight to the ship.
Are you
and then...
still pulled over by the side of the road, or are you all back on the cart travelling towards?
I think we
Thank
would
God.
be, and then
Like,
discussing it on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should put it back on the ship.
Yeah.
It's more secure. It's less secure without a crew there, but it's more secure than leaving it on the side of the street.
Yes, I agree. And from there, we go to Oswind's and. So what if you
catch up with your family on the ship?
Yeah, that would be good to make sure that they're okay.
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. They seemed fine, didn't they, Smoke?
Oh yes, they're very secure.
View is getting nervous.
Smoke's deception.
That's not a lie. Definitely secure. That's a careful choice of words, is what that is.
That is not a lie. No.
You're digging a bigger and bigger hole, and I love it so much.
I love it too. It's beautiful. So, when we go to Oswind's, what if the scepter was supposed to be the main event or the main thing?
That's what I imagine too.
We gotta leave him in an awkward position.
Well, what if it wasn't the scepter? What if it was the power of the scepter and the fact? Well, if you said all these items were massively powerful, surely a god would be even more so.
Well, that thing is still very powerful, right? It's just it doesn't have the essence inside.
When we met Savras, he explained how he was like a protector for those in service to him, protect magical items and revere them and so on. So I'm sure in Oswind's mind he is righteous and justified to owning the scepter, because that's his deal, right? He collects these magical items, he looks over them, he deems himself worthy to protect and use them.
Yeah. How many crew Mr. Smoke, do we have in the Well of Whispers right now?
Go back over the notes. We
had...
Yeah, I was gonna say 20 something.
Does it include the named crew? So like...
Yeah, currently everybody that's not Lash is not on the boat.
Yeah, because there's like there were 6 Argent Knights. There's Vanoth or Cruel. Libby's there.
I can't imagine Libby
Sunshine's there.
Arrested.
Shamselvuk's there.
Shamselvuk can go.
Yeah, we can leave him.
He might not be there.
And plus 14 regular crew. We had 28 at the start of the journey. So but we lost a few of them, a small amount.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got about maybe, let's say, 20 and a bit of able bodies, women and men, that will be on our side when we're there.
I'm gravely concerned that they weren't seen around like everyone else is when Mir was scrying on them. It makes me think that they are held elsewhere, and that if they were there under the guise that they were invited to this event, then surely they would be sat around drinking, purveying these items and so on.
So so you think that he put them in like a prison? Who would grab like some innocent people and put them in prison, like forcibly? It's just a horrible thing to do.
It happens more often than you think.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere Horace
go.
Grimshackle wakes up from an afternoon nap. Yeah, and just goes back to sleep.
So if you think that they will be there, but like imprisoned or jailed,
From what Lash said, they were bailed out by Oswin, using his funds and taken to the Well of Whispers. Lash obviously didn't go with them. They've not been seen elsewhere. I sat outside for more than an hour and I did not see any come or go. We've scryed inside, and even if they weren't held there, then surely I would have seen them. Lash would have seen them. They must be there.
wouldn't here's an idea, and it goes it's for you, Mir, because this is your capability. What if you cast sending to one of the people that are imprisoned?
Yeah, I could do that.
Maybe Libby or Caleb or someone you think would be best placed to tell us.
Sure. Maybe not Libby.
Yeah.
Someone that doesn't speak.
Libby speaks.
Well, she
She just speaks in a different way.
is
She
the
can speak mentally.
is the response not in mental? I can't remember that spell, so I don't know.
I think you have to say it out loud.
You have to okay.
They might not be able to speak.
Okay, yeah. Not Libby then. Caleb maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could try.
See what's happening, whether or not they can leave of their own volition.
Do you want me to do that now?
Should we prepare for eventuality that he is not free to reply? Like somebody's watching him, or we just give it a go and see what happens.
You are now bearing down the final stretch towards the entrance
Let's just do
of
it.
Ironguard on the Rusty Trail.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Maybe hopefully we'll get some more info as to what's happening with them.
What do you want me to say?
Where are you? Are you okay? Are you imprisoned?
Can you come back to the ship, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
I guess basic questions.
We need to crew at the ship. Can you come back? Sort of thing.
Okay. I'll cast sending.
Mm-hmm. 25
Um,
words.
Where are you? Are you all right? Are you safe? Are you imprisoned? We heard you might not be. Cough twice if you're in danger. That's it.
A few seconds go by. Tense. Silence. And then, in a familiar voice, Caleb responds, "Ah, hello, Mir. I trust your mission is successful. I'm fine. The crew, despite my best efforts, are fine. Oswin bailed some of them out, and we were invited to join them at the Well of Whispers. We're being well looked after. Crystal's a bit funny, but it might just be something that she ate. Are you going to make it?"
So I'd need to cast it again. Which I will do. It's another spell slot. I feel like no one's going to forgive me if I don't do it.
It's your
Up
choice.
to you.
I would forgive you.
Thank you. I'll say on our way. How do we get in? Where should we meet you?
straight away this time. I believe they're expecting you. There's a lot of anticipation about what you might have found in the tomb. Lots of people asking me questions about items I've never heard of. Magic. It's making me feel really inadequate. Can you guys just hurry up quickly?
Okay. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll relay all of that.
Not imprisoned then. Or not yet. So,
We have to go, don't we?
well, of course, yeah, we're going. It's so they're in there, and they're still under pretense that he's a good guy. So they will be. So going back to what I was saying before, we got 20 odd able-bodied women and men that would help us if we were to be publicly attacked or anything like that. So they're not essentially going to be very useful as collateral, would they, Mr. Smoke, if they're just out and about?
I'd rather have them on board the ship on our side.
Yeah, but a lot of them are skilled fighters, just like us.
It's true, as long as their hands aren't tied when we get there. Yes, it could be useful to have them on our side.
Yeah, it was useful, very useful to get that information.
They've been drinking.
They've always been drinking.
You can make an insight check if you want me.
Sure.
Deduce the intoxication level from the sending spell.
Yeah,
Mhm.
how did he sound?
When I
15.
wonder
Yeah, it was a bit more talkative than usual.
Bit of a buzz.
Yeah, he sounded maybe a little bit merry.
and
He
they've
also
been
said
invited.
one of them was unwell.
Crystal?
She one of yours, KMF?
No, she's one of the Argent Knights. She's the ranger that Smoke
Yeah.
spent that night within the tower
Yeah.
at Storm Cradle.
That's right, I remember them. Okay. So we just follow the plan, get the car to the ship, leave it with Lash. Are we taking Lash with us? She'd be useful if there was trouble. But
Do
on
we
the
want to
other
leave
hand,
the car unattended, though?
yeah, unless View's family can protect it. Or just, watch over it at least.
I say we leave Lash with
They're not
View's family.
fighters.
Trust the ship more under Lash's control. No
Yeah.
offense for you, but I've sailed with Lash. I've not sailed with your family.
No, that makes sense.
Lash and I can stay at the ship. I'd rather spend the night with my family if they're not going to be attending this party.
You don't
Do you not think you should come with us? You know Oswin the best of all of us.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. 17.
Well, as long as we check on the kids and my wife, and before we go to the Well of Whispers, then I'll come with you.
It'll take us some time to get the cart on the ship.
It might be less complicated if you're truly willing to leave with us, that you just stay on the ship. It's one less person that needs to escape if Oswin does mean to keep us there. Although I wonder if, with all these people at this event, it might very well work in our favor. He may not wish to cause a public outrage
I agree.
by engaging in a conflict with us.
It doesn't seem like a very good trap unless obviously we're missing something.
Well, the crew have all been poisoned with some sort of special power that they've been drinking, and that they don't know that they're going to turn on us when we turn up. Tisha says after a cough.
That would be very sad, Tisha.
Maybe.
If this is going to be my last night in Irongard, then I should report to Oswin and resign, I guess. I'd like to try and not burn my bridges. Obviously, if everything is above board and you are all satisfied with the whatever conclusion we arrive at this evening, then sounds like it sounds like he's in good spirits. There's certainly wouldn't be Oswin's style to have a fracas in the middle of his own well of whispers, no less.
I agree. The decision to leave as well is completely up to you. If you feel that after what will happen tonight, you're not in danger. We don't want to force you to uproot your life. You don't have to do that. If it's your decision to make. It's your family. It's your family's safety.
Clutching his golden saber, he says, "I know it's my decision."
Okay, I was just trying to be. Never mind. Okay. I can see the gates. Are there gates? No, there's no gates.
There are no gates, but there is a watchtower.
Yeah.
And you are waved through by someone in a black cloak. And we will break there as you deign to approach the docks in your cart. So yeah, back at 1:45.
When all shit will break loose. See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the Ballad of the White Stag. The chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the docks into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the night, the Ballad of the White Stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we'd not had stayed the fight, the Battle of the White Stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask, for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and lend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the Battle of the White Stag. So come gather near and lend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the Battle of the White Stag. Hey ho!
Yeah, okay. So you head through the city towards the docks. You would notice, Jacob in particular, that there are many more boats here than there were when you arrived. All kind of different flags, different shapes, sizes, functions. Yeah, it's really busy, but your boat is still where you tied it off at the south end of the far jetty.
How do the sails and rigging look? They've obviously been repaired in our absence.
Yeah, actually, you for the first time you can all observe your newly fitted sails imbued with mithril. That actually, as the sun is setting, you can see kind of shimmering beautifully, kind of against the horizon. Yeah, they haven't been furled, which is unusual. But obviously, your crew have not been there, so.
Oh, ship looks good.
How's the weather?
Yeah, I mean it's getting chilly as the sun goes down. You as you've descended down the rusty trail, the cold that you rode through doesn't seem to have persisted this far, and it's a lot more temperate and spring-like.
Can I cast Druidcraft to figure out what the weather is going to be in the next 24 hours? Whether we should be worried about a storm coming, or the state of the ship, or anything like that.
Okay. Describe how you are using this spell to determine the weather. I imagine this is different from most ways you would cast Druidcraft.
Yeah, it's simply because okay, the description is it's a tiny harmless sensory effect that predicts the weather. Okay, so yeah, she'd clutch her symbol and speak some druidic words, and I think maybe a spectral, smoky little bunny rabbit appears in the air in front of her, and it just sort of like smells around, and from the it's gesturing, and like the ear position and the nose going up, she can see what the weather's going to be.
And you can just sense from that bunny's behavior what the weather's going to be like.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sure,
So
it's not a groundhog.
yeah, as this
Bunny rabbit.
as this rabbit is conjured in your palm, you see it kind of look up towards the mountain, and its hair stands on end, and it gives a little shake and shiver, and then it looks out to the sea. It seems to indicate that it will be a little bit colder tomorrow, and you get the impression that there may be a low-lying fog in the morning.
Cool. Yeah, she'll actually say that. There's it looks like it might be pretty foggy in the morning, which, if we are escaping in a hurry, it might be useful information, Captain.
Well, I imagine Lash has enough experience of getting out of places quickly, despite the weather, so I have confidence in her.
Yeah, I'm sure she is. I meant more as a covering our escape should we need to escape.
Yes, might work in our favor, yes.
As you pull up to the ship, you see the main sail get like furled up in one kind of snapping motion, almost like a window blind. It goes straight up to the top, and then Lash appears on the main deck holding one rope and lands with a thud. And she kind of waves you off. She's like, these sails can take a lot of punishment. And she kind of ties it off. She would never have normally done that to a fabric sail, but now they're imbued with mithril, she seems emboldened to flap them about a bit more.
Very good. We might have a quick escape in store. Can you have the ship ready? We're hoping we can bring the crew as fast as possible and get everyone ready to leave immediately. We may have to.
Tonight?
Tonight, possibly, yes.
I may be able to get it done by morning. Without the crew, it's very difficult.
If we get the crew on board, how long do you expect it would take to ready the ship?
With a full complement, 4 hours.
All right, well, that's what we have to work with.
Let's hope we don't have to escape in a hurry, Mr. Smoke. Captain, we're on a ship, so I have to.
Oh, Captain, a word, if you will.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'll go to the side with Lash.
There has been a lot of whimpering from the brig for the past couple of hours. Every time I went in to try and reassure them, I seem to make it worse.
I understand.
I'm sorry, I decided to do something that I'm more accomplished with. Children, human children especially, not my purview.
As long as they still live, they'll get over this ordeal.
I'm not sure I will. And she wanders off. Okay. What view standing now on the jetty? Well, where are they?
Follow me. Perhaps you can explain a little better than I was able to.
Mika, June, and then you just hear like, Dad, and then like a rattling on the bridge. What the? And he gives you like a stern look of consternation before running below deck.
Oh my God.
And he sees a bar across the brig, and he turns back. This is a bit unnecessary, don't you think?
I would like it not been necessary, but it proved to turn out differently when we executed the plan.
He kicks the beam from the door, and his 2 children rush out, wailing, screaming, crying, and he picks them both up. What's the matter? And he tries his best, and one of them Mika points towards Smoke and starts wailing even louder. As View kind of comforts them and looks into the brig where a stone-faced, silent, glaring wife from the back of the brig sits on the one barrel that her kids were stuffed into a few hours ago.
What did you do?
Smoke.
Okay, enjoy. I'll just go and head back out to the poop deck.
Can Tisha go in and just try and kind of like just help, like just be supportive, give some cuddles, that kind of thing. Like, there, it's okay.
Make a straight charisma check.
Charisma.
Holy mother of God! This is how you don't die, Smoke. Nice.
View, his presence seems to calm the kids somewhat, and you take over and give him a few moments to go and speak with his wife, using kind of vagaries of your own personal charm and some of your innate magical ability. Don't know. How would you calm the kids down? What would you talk to them about, or what would you show them? What would you be doing?
Well, I think I've got. Oh no, I don't know if this is the other game that I play. I've got a playing card set. So I would probably go in and be like, is everybody okay for food? Like, it's okay, your dad's here. You're all safe. Everything's gonna be fine. Come here. Give them a little cuddle, and then be like, look at this. Look what I've got. We've just got to stay here for a little bit of time. It's gonna be great. Don't worry. Everybody's safe. It's fine. And that reassurance piece.
So the reassuring presence, alongside a few kind of tricks with the cards, seem to, have both of the kids just gawping at you, despite their kind of tear-stained cheeks. They look immediately transfixed by you. View and Sivra seem to be having more of a muted conversation in your presence. Like after a few minutes, View comes back over to you. Thanks, Tisha. I fear that I might be paying for Smoke's insistence for some time, but I know his heart was in the right place.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to speak to your wife. I'll spend some time with her when we get out of this, and
I think
calm her.
rather than speak to my wife, I think the best thing you could do to help my family is try and make sure things are smoothed over with Oswin for the unfulfilled order that he came down and placed with my wife this morning. She's not only traumatized, but her professional pride has been hurt. She'll take care of the kids, but she's worried her business may never recover, especially if Oswin starts bad-mouthing it around town, as she fears. It may be our livelihood that has suffered, as well as our emotional stability.
Sure. Okay, let me have a think about this one. Tisha goes off. Are you gonna? Is View gonna stay with the family for a little bit of time?
He stays for a bit, but he seems resolved to kind of making sure that everything goes smoothly with Oswin and joining you. And his wife doesn't particularly want to look at him at the minute because of his association with Smoke.
He definitely needs to walk up the deck and slap Smoke on the face.
Yeah, you'll remember the encounter social chart. You can only move once between positive, neutral, and negative, per encounter. So no matter the crit, it's not like they just love you now, but at least things are not kind of blowing up in everybody's faces.
Jacob was going to do something as well, but with that, I don't think there's any point.
Can I, if I have a moment to speak to Jacob away from that whole scene?
Yeah.
Perhaps in order to regain some faith from you, you could, encourage him to take a strong swipe at me, to lash out and wreak some vengeance. Assure him that it will be taken well. I'll take a good fall and make him look so strong and all of that. I feel so bad.
Restore his standing with his wife.
I would hope so.
I'm listening close by to what you guys saying and he probably should shout something offensive at you as well, like something about don't ever, insult my wife again.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
that could work. So yeah, Jacob would go tell View that. Go to View. So Smoke is very apologetic. He realizes he done fucked up. He says he's thought of a plan that might help with your wife's.
I don't care what his plan is. I'm going to kick the shit out of him.
That's what he says. He says you get one free hit. Insult him, tell him how much of a shithead he is, tell him if he ever does anything like that again, you'll kill him and knock him down and he'll just take it.
You don't have to tell me twice. Captain! I'm going to
Keep my wife's name!
I'm going to get him to make a deception check. So, if you bear with me. I'll publicly roll it so you can see how well this goes down.
Smoke is helping with that. Could that be an advantage?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Jacob will distract the kids at the time so they don't see the violence.
Let me just publicly roll. Hold on.
I need my ring light on.
Here we go. So it's a +3 modifier he gets. 19. Pretty good. So yeah, he does a bit more than a Will Smith bitch slap. And I'm going to say you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, Smoke.
Yeah, no problem.
And yeah, it's not that this was the kind of action that his wife would resort to, and in fact, it doesn't do much to impress her at all. But it certainly makes you feel a little bit better. So yeah, very good.
While he did that, Jacob would go over to the kids and say, "What are you doing, leaving stuff behind your ears?" And he's going, you know that trick with the coin where you make it appear behind the ear?
Yeah, sure, okay.
Them.
Make a deception check.
Could it be sleight of hand because it's a coin?
Sure, yeah, do that if you want. Oh yeah, they are thoroughly entertained.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can deduct 2 coins of whatever you want.
Gold coins as well.
Yeah. Get entertained.
Gold coins, go for it.
Look, I'm cheering up the children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
So things smoothed over temporarily. Lash begins to kind of open the hold. And she also says, like, without the crew, it'll take some time to load all of this stuff onto the ship.
Would it be possible to? No, it wouldn't be possible if like a number of us try to lift the card and put it on the ship. That's too heavy for that.
No, you need a crane for that.
We have
Would
no
there be one in the dock?
Well, it's just that you don't have enough crew to operate it. So you can all help, so it takes less time, and thus you can free Lash up. Or if you want to leave Lash doing this, View can stay if you want. But I think View, if you've persuaded Will now wants to come. So how are you leaving things? What are you doing?
I think if Lash is just the only one to stay, we would have to help with the gold because otherwise she'd be walking between, leaving the cart unattended for minutes at a time. This
okay.
is. I mean, that's at least what I would think. We'd help her out.
So, if everyone's in agreement, you spend the next hour transferring crates from the cart to the ship until a well-presented young human male with slick back hair, a tricorner hat, and a ruffled white shirt appears at the jetty with a scroll.
Do we recognise him?
No.
Okay, well, Smoke will go and approach him then.
You're the captain of this vessel.
Correct.
Well, I'm here under the instruction of Mr. Forecutter. He has cordially invited you to celebrate your successful mission up the Rusty Trail to a celebrity auction.
An auction, you say?
Indeed, he intends for at least one of the magic items you've procured to go on display and be open to the highest bidder, and of course you will be his guests of honor. Please just bring the scepter and make sure you arrive in no less than an hour.
Thank you. I'll take the scroll. Is the scroll just saying what he said? Yeah. I'll go and take that to Mir and explain.
This is very posh.
Yeah, it's all written out in massive cursive. It has a little, as well as the text, it has a logo at the bottom of like a black mask and behind a red rose. If you've shown it to Mia or any, you can make a religion or a history check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Putting kind of 2 and 2 together, Mir, this is one of the holy symbols of Mask.
Makes sense.
Mascarons.
It's not a god that you have learnt very much about. But yeah, it's a holy symbol.
A celebrity auction. The hell does that mean?
They're gonna auction off some celebrities, I think.
Or are they selling items? I mean, that we've met collectors before. A certain green dragon friend of ours likes to collect items.
Isn't this like really, 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 really good news though? Because he wants to sell this thing that we were so worried about losing. And let's just buy it.
Can we outbid celebrities? Is the question.
We've got a whole load of gold in there, but I mean, if it's
We could, but did you say? I know he said bring the scepter, Smoke. Did they say at least one? So could we? We found more than just the scepters there. There are other items.
I get the
that we could
impression
potentially-
that the whole interest is in exactly the scepter.
yeah, but looking at the invitation and what this person just said, the motivation behind that interest seems to be just financial. He's selling it.
We've
It's not his to sell.
No, I sorry, Mir, I didn't mean to imply that it would be. I'm just saying, if we know this motivation is not anything sinister, like keeping it for, bad things to do with this item or whatever, then if we know this, that changes things, because we can just offer him something else that's equally as valuable, and then in terms of gold, other magical items, and then we're good.
That was
Right.
that was the plan anyway, right? We were going to strike a deal to see what else he wanted.
It definitely was. It's just, I think what Mr. Smoke was really afraid of is that that's not all there is. It still might not be, but like that this is another hint that it just might be that, and that makes me feel a little bit better, because if greed is the motivation, then we can talk about it. We can manipulate that. We can make this work without anyone getting hurt.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that he's so interested in getting his hands on this symbol of a god who told us don't let magical items fall into the wrong hands. And he's letting magical items, some of which are way more powerful than this, fall into the hands of whoever's got the most money. This whole thing feels wrong.
Other items that he has currently there for. You're not gonna ask us to get them back, are you?
Let's take all the money and buy every single one.
Buy every single one of the items, and then we can take it to the temple. I don't care about the gold, so we can definitely do that. I just would like
about 30 minutes later, some of your crew turn up. None of the Argent Knights, but many of the work hands, the 14 non-named crew members, let's say, turn up in various states of disrepair.
Drunkenness.
And yeah, none of them look particularly well dressed. They stink. One of them kind of shouts like, Captain.
Yes, soldier.
Sorry, we didn't abandon our post or nothing. So what day is it? We just been busy. That's all. We were told we should go back to the ship by some people about 20 minutes ago. We're hoping you wouldn't be here.
Get on board and help us lug this thing. Where are the Argent Knights?
Oh, well, none of them got into trouble, see, but we managed to kind of break curfew and go out a couple of times. The Argent Knights tried to bail us out, but they didn't have the cash.
And
They're all in that little chap's house. We were invited, but a couple of the lads, I don't know, some of them were sick on themselves. They didn't really feel like hanging around.
Lash isn't going to be very happy with you. Go and report to her immediately.
I'm not very happy with them. After I smoothed it over with the barkeep and fixed that table and made it all better, you went and did it again.
Sorry, you don't need to shout at us. It's still a bit tender. Sorry, I'll get on the ship in a minute. And just literally throws up off the end of the jetty.
Oh no.
We'll go up to it. To Lash now!
Just for some posterity, I've been rolling every single day for how these crew have been getting on, that you've not been here. And every single day, I've not rolled above a 10. So yeah, they are fucked.
Shit. We probably already owe Oswin loads of money for the bail and stuff.
They can take over at least the ones who are not thrown up off the end of the jetty, loading up the cart. And yeah, you have about 30 minutes to make your appointment.
Well, if the Argent Knights are already at the Well of Whispers, then I consider that a good thing.
Oh.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Okay. Sorry, let me just get your tokens.
Can I just say, speaking to View's wife, she's really concerned about the business. This is her reputation that's at stake. And, I think that if we could salvage that and salvage something like that, she might like us better. Just saying. I say we burn the shop and we give them the money to set up again. That's just quick thinking in my mind.
Get them to claim an insurance.
Sounds a bit mafia here there from Tisha.
Well, that's the only thing I could think of. That or magic food. I can't do that.
Also, Humphrey jumps aboard the ship. Just saying.
Yeah, that's fine. He can definitely stay. He's been in a lot of danger recently, so yeah, I'll let him rest there.
Okay. Anything you want to accomplish before you go, or are you all just going?
Tisha's going to change into like a formal attire.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I guess your clothes are naturally a bit smarter than everybody else's anyway, but you haven't bought anything special. So just make a straight charisma check again. I mean, you double critted before, but how do you do this time? Not as well.
Tisha is going to carry on wearing the same clothes that she's been wearing all this time. Thank you.
Yeah,
she feels special though.
Hair's greasy, she's dirty, but she's smiling.
Oh,
she feels special.
Oh, she feels. Ooh.
Given that she had a +5 bonus, that I'm going to say that roll applies to all of you. So yeah, you are all a bit worse for wear. Have you been up and down a mountain in an inner tomb for the past few days? So it makes narrative sense to me.
I think it tracks.
Yeah.
On the walk there, can I talk for about 10 minutes, which I hope you're not going to make me do, in an inspiring way? I basically want to use my inspiring leader feat.
Yeah.
To like hype everybody up.
I'm going to say that you have to you have to speak for 10 minutes, but you do have to give some sort of inspiring speech if you are going to use this spell.
Okay, I'm not going to do it then.
No?
I'm not because I just thought of it on a whim and I'm not prepared.
Okay.
We believe in you, Kirsty.
In fact, what I'll do then, rather than just say you do it and it works, I'll make you make a charisma check. And
if a lot of pressure.
What's your charisma modifier?
+2.
Okay, if you get above a 12, you can use the spell.
Okay. You don't have to let me. Like, I understand
No,
what you're saying, and I'm happy to just not do it.
Come on, Kirsty.
Do it.
Do
I'm
it.
trying.
Harry. Yay!
There you go.
It works.
At
Magic.
least tell me what you want everybody to focus on. What's your main number one objective as you're going into the Well of Whispers?
Save the crew and protect the magic items.
You said
That's what I'm here for.
save the crew.
That was like number one.
I know. It looked really cool. Save the crew. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
everybody gets 16 temporary hit points.
Ooh.
Or it's choose up to 6 allies, including
that's-
myself. So all 5
you
of
as
us
well?
plus being perfect. Yeah.
Sweet.
That is really cool.
As you get towards the Well of Whispers, you see Smoke. You would notice that there are even more coaches now, pretty much like fully double parked either side. Lots of horses being taken around the back by various kind of modestly dressed kind of assistants and concierges. And that same kind of dark-haired man with the ruffle shirt and the kind of slick-back hair, he acknowledges you as you approach the stairs and gives you a bow.
Just before we get right to it, Tilly's gonna ask Smoke, Mr. Smoke, could you just come down here for a second? And she'll reach out to the little leather strap that you've still got on your arm from the last time, and she'll sort of readjust it just to make sure that it doesn't fall off. And she'll cast freedom of movement on you. And what I also would like to do is grab Tisha and Mir's hand and cast 3rd level enhance ability to give them both Eagle's Splendor.
What does that mean?
For next time, you
Advantage
get
on charisma
advantage
checks.
on all charisma checks.
It doesn't make us clean.
No.
No.
It just lets you tuck your way out of being unclean, I guess.
I was like, Splendor sounds great for my bath right now. No, just charisma check. Okay.
She'll just say, I believe in the two of you. We can definitely do this without anyone getting hurt. Really believe that.
Okay. So, with your leather strap tightened around your arm, Smoke, you look back up to see the accepting gaze of this kind of snooty young man. And he gives you his accepting nod.
Yeah, nod back towards it.
And he waves you through, not requesting to see your invitation, given he's the one that gave it to you. You enter into like a foyer where drinks are being served. Kind of looks a bit like certain wines, champagnes. There is like a small bar, and there is someone who is seemingly holding like a ledger, who is barking orders at someone who seems to have no idea what's going on. But the general atmosphere is one of revelry, excitement, chatter. You've not really been in this environment since before arriving in Maloon, a lot of you. It's something that Jacob would have been familiar with kind of adjacently. Mia and Tisha might be kind of most at home, but Tilly, Smoke, definitely not. Fishes out of water, both of you. And a gnomish male comes up to you, whoever would be first in. Let's say, Tilly, you'd be the first to catch their eye because you're of a similar height. They just come up to you with like a whole tray, silver tray full of champagne. Oh, hello. Good day. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello. Hi. What's your name?
Oh, my name's Grenby.
Nice to meet you, Granby.
What's
I'm
your
Tilly.
name?
I'm
Hello, Tilly. Please, please have a glass of champagne, and for all of your friends. Hello, hello. Haha, Grenby here. Welcome to the Well of Whispers.
Ah,
Hey.
thank you very much.
Yeah, she'll take. Tilly will take one glass and just sort of, literally just dip the tip of the tongue in it.
The blue one. Oh, yeah. Hello, Miss. And he shouts out to Mia.
Mm.
I've been told to ask you to go straight through with your equipment and other things, straight through to a feasting hall. The auction's not due to start for another hour, but I think Mr. Forecutter would like to make your acquaintance ahead of the event.
That's cool. We want to talk to him too.
Oh, excellent. Yes, good, good. It's just through there. You'll be let through.
I like Brecken, everybody with me.
Jacob, as you kind of walk through with everybody else, you would overhear someone chewing out somebody else for the lack of pastries. Like, where the fuck are all the pastries? How are we supposed to eat? They can't just all have champagne. They're all going to be bidding their life savings.
It's a good tactic, actually.
So yeah, they were worried about people being a bit pissed. You are summoned forth to the feasting hall, which does have plenty of people in it still, but you get the impression that this is a more kind of A-list, if you will. I'll take you to it. So yeah, the feasting hall. It was very kind of unremarkable on your last visit, but they've rolled out the big table and the massive rug, and they've kitted it all out. There's towards the right. In fact, all of you would see a couple of familiar faces straight away, which you might be able to see on the map.
Of course, Shamsovuk didn't resist the party.
Of course.
Grigor and Temperance.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I don't know who you can see and who you cannot see, because I can see everybody's names, but
Jory.
Oh, you can see Jory. Okay, didn't really mean for that one to be revealed. Never mind.
Do you want me to indicate the ones we can't see? Or
Yeah.
we can see?
The ones you can't, I think.
We cannot see this person.
That's okay.
This person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This person.
Okay.
This person.
Mm-hmm.
This person.
Yeah.
This person.
Mm-hmm.
This person.
Mm-hmm.
And this person. Is that it? Did I get everyone?
I think this one here by
Or is
the
there
table.
someone here by the cart? Yeah.
That's okay.
And this one is now hidden
dude.
as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Sorry, is this one hidden?
No.
No.
We can see the name.
Whoops. Okay. So yeah, quite a few familiar faces. Tisha, you would be immediately impressed by the towering vision of Felnak, who looks like a fish out of water. Certainly eagerly tucking into a load of food, but he kind of gives you like an awkward glance with like a mouth full of appetizers and gives you like a wave. And yeah, Temperance is here. She is flanked by Grigor, who is doing a bit of entertainment on the side, breathing fire, and two knights who are dressed in very similar regalia to Mia's KMF.
Oh, but it's not them. It's not people that I know.
No. Smoke, you would recognize Jewel of the Mountain and Bronze Cloud from your ascension to Claw Point at the last clan meeting. They are from the Gathering Mountains clan. I would like Smoke, Jacob, and Mia to make a history check.
Come on. Oh,
Not my special skill. There we go. Yeah.
You can
Okay.
re-roll that, Jacob.
Okay.
Okay, it's still not very high. Mia, this woman has her back turned to you, but there's something familiar about her.
okay.
But yeah, Oswin is at the far end, at the head of the table, and he is talking to a drow in a kind of hushed tones. He acknowledges you and waves and beckons you over, but it doesn't look like it's of any great urgency. There's lots of food and music, and the atmosphere is generally quite welcoming.
I'm going to try and get a better look at the woman that I can't recognize. Or I can't see properly.
Okay. As you kind of go up past this tiefling and the two tabaxi, the tiefling almost stares you out, just looks and follows you around. She doesn't make any attempt to talk to you, but it is awkward and uncomfortable.
I'm just going to not say anything, but do like a look, an intimidating look with eyebrows and everything.
Okay, make an intimidation check.
At
You get
advantage,
advantage, yeah, because it's charisma.
right? Not super scary.
She looks strange and thoroughly unimpressed. I think the only thing that you really get from her is a calmness and a coolness associated with I don't know. I'm just going to say that she just looks very steady and comfortable. She doesn't not off put by you at all. As you turn around, or as to make this person's acquaintance, this red lady stands in front of you. There is something familiar about her. She's beautiful, and although she's red-skinned, she is not a tiefling. Rather, her ears are really long, almost goblin-esque, and she has a bone like septum piercing, and her eyes are almost yellow and cat-like with two slits, and she has a very small mouth with long pointed teeth. She's giving off kind of almost druidic vibes. You've traveled a long way.
Who are you?
My name is Marion Grimehook, and she holds out a hand for you to shake it or kiss it or whatever you want to do. It's like
I'll
holding it out
shake
like this. I believe when last we met, we were on opposite sides of the war. I am glad you dealt with that devil pretender, though.
You ran off.
Well,
right?
One isn't going to throw themselves on a sword just because a flaming fist says so.
No. And what are you
Besides,
doing?
the Crimson Court has no interests in warmongering.
What are they interested in?
Look around. The spoils of war are fruitful endeavours for wily investors. Many secrets can be learned in the trading of magic items and arcane secrets.
Okay. Have a nice night. I'm
You
gonna
too.
sidle away from her. Also, I should say that I'm absolutely clutching hold of this scepter.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not leaving my sight, obviously.
Yeah. The rest of you, what are you doing?
I would be looking around the room, trying to remember, or from half remember the lessons from a child, how to do these situations and who's likely to be more important than others, and try and work out the ranks and things based on half remembered childhood lessons.
Then the most noble looking would either be well, it would probably be this one, who stood next to Libby and Shamselvuk. So not only do they look like the kind of person you would want to talk to, but you already may have an in as they're talking to people you know.
And Jacko would walk over.
Okay, I'll put you over. Shamselvuk clocks you over the shoulder of this tall elf. Shamselvuk, human, kind of beckons you over. Jacob, there's simply someone you must meet. I'm sorry, Virion, was it? And this handsome, tall elf in almost clerical wear, kind of long gold robes, turns to you. And yeah, he's strikingly handsome, green eyes, dark hair. Hi, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
No, we have not. Jacob's replying in Elvish as well.
So refreshing to hear the mother tongue so far from home.
You don't
it's Virion Hololana.
Well met. I am Jacob Dragonsbane.
Jacob. No, I've heard that name before. Let me think on it. Anyway, Shamselvuk here was just telling me that you're you hail from Silvercrest. Is that true?
Most recently, yes. We are. My party have assisted with some deeds there, protected the city, and yes, that is our current base of operations.
You're the heroes, the ones who staved off the invasion?
We had a lot of help, but yes, we.
I knew I'd heard your name before, not just because of your deeds, but your specific name. Let me see. It wasn't Silvercrest. It was Maloon, I think. My stepbrother wrote of you.
Yes, we assisted the satrap of Maloon many moons ago with several matters.
Ah, yes, Kellen Magna. No. You I forgive you for not putting two and two together. My stepbrother is a rather precocious young gnome. We're not related by blood, but he left my company maybe 18 months ago now. Gallin?
And Jacob's face will pale at that name. Yes.
Are you okay? Please sit down. You look like you've seen a ghost.
His Galen, yeah, he fought by my side. His magic was one of the things that saved Silvercrest. He some mechanical codex or something.
Codex?
Yeah, something to do with Mechanus, but yeah, he I don't quite know what to say. Galen fell in battle.
Oh.
We were hoping to travel to your to inform his adopted family at some point soon, but yeah, he's no longer with us.
And you see Virion cycle through a lot of information really quickly. He looks just as caught off guard as you. However, in typical Thalorian fashion, he stays his emotions and almost appears cold. Do you know if Galen completed his mission?
I don't know. He achieved many things. I don't know if his mission was one of those. He sought answers about his family, his true family. Did he not?
No. And at this point, you see him kind of clutching a piece of jewelry under his robe.
If you refer to
Go on. Sorry.
if you refer to a certain mystical lock or key, several have been closed.
Several. How many did he discover?
Avernus, water, and something to do with snakes. I believe 3 of them.
My, that's such fantastic progress. He barely ever mentioned it in the very few times he did contact us back home. Fiercely curious and independent though he was.
That's Galen.
It's a shame that he fell and we weren't able to celebrate his discoveries. Anyway, it's really nice to meet you.
It's an honor to meet Galen's stepbrother.
Quite.
Raised
well. I put that more down to my mother's teaching. Oh, and Amorous, of course. Any kind of
that pseudo dragon got in so much trouble.
I guess I should try resummoning the poor lad. Thank you, Jacob. And he grabs both of your hands and shakes them quite vigorously. You are, I mean, we must talk more after the auction. And of course, you are welcome to join Mother and I at the Vade Mecum whenever you so desire. Your heroes of your reputation and status should not hide away in dark corners of the Isles. You should come to.
I wish to visit the Vade Mecum myself. I seek answers.
It's a wonderful place, and I know you'd get a lot from it. Everybody does. Sorry, and he literally downs a whole champagne flute. Have a nice evening.
Yes, I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings.
No,
Enjoy the auction.
You are a hero, and you should not falter in someone's presence such as myself. Please enjoy the evening. Shamselvig and I have some literature to discuss.
Of course.
And at this point, you see Libby like just stood there, eyes really wide, feeling really awkward, presumably, but obviously unable to communicate that.
So Jack will just sign. Do you want to come over? Do you want to come and join us over here, Libby?
And she gladly does.
And
The rest of you. Sorry.
I was going to say I'd go back to the others with Libby. But yeah.
Yeah, so while that's happening, anybody else doing anything in particular?
Well, I'll definitely approach the two tabaxi.
Okay. You get a bit closer to this tiefling who seems to have been holding court with these tabaxi. And as you approach, she steps back, and she's really strangely intense, and she just kind of stares at you. And Jewel of the Mountain is the most charismatic one, and interjects when she sees you arrive. Ah, Smoking Mirror. Welcome. It's been a few months.
Indeed. Jewel and Bronze of the Gathering Mountains. A sorceress and a forge hand here at this meeting. If I were to ponder, I would say that you're here to acquire some magical armaments for Three Bear and your clan.
Ah, you know Three Bear, he always puts his best men on the job. Isn't that right, Bronze?
And Bronze is like,
Aye. I wish I were able to talk to some of the people who made these items. Have you seen them?
Aye, Yorkshire Tabaxi. And Bronze points out a few items that is particularly noticeable to him. I would like you to roll me, Smoke, if you will, 2d10.
2d10. Okay. 5 and 1.
Okay, number one, on one of the tables that's being guarded, you see like Bronze points out like a chakram, like a circular blade that seems to glow with like dark mystical energy. I think immediately you notice it would be something that Jade would really like. As kind of her kind of vibe. It's got a bit of a witchy vibe, but it's just the unusual nature of the weapon, like virtually an entirely circular blade. Bronze seems particularly impressed with. And number 6.
Number 5. 5 and 1 I got.
Oh, 5 and 1, sorry. Ah, yeah. The other thing that is most impressive is a suit of armor that seems to be made entirely out of some huge beast. Like the helmet is a beast skull, the pauldrons are like beast claws, the spine is jagged and spiky at the back. It is a fearsome suit of armor that any kind of primal warrior would look at home in.
Some of these items, they're pretty special. I'm sure Three Bear would love to get his hands on it. I'm not sure if we've got the coin, though.
Yeah, I'll look over them and be like, oh, I'll help if I can. I know Three Bear has his differences about the settlement accords. You should know that you have my well wishes on the expansion of your territories.
It is true, Smoking Mirror, that we don't often come this far south. Whisper Tree is a long way from here. But we couldn't pass up this opportunity, especially when we meet such interesting characters.
And she gives you a subtle, who the fuck is this, to the tiefling that they've been kind of stuck with for the past, 20 minutes.
Seems this Oswin does not side with any but his own. I see ilk of all kinds. Tiefling, genasi, human, elf. I hope that
Some
you
of
can
us
acquire
have
what you
come
can.
further than the Isles.
So,
Some of us have come from beyond the plane. I just hope it's worth it, to be honest.
smoking mirror. I'll extend my hand.
This pinky purple tiefling with red eyes produces an extended and elongated, almost claw-like set of digits, adorned in curious and unusual jewelry. I am Debenture.
Debenture?
Debenture.
You spell that? Thank you.
Debenture is a type of debt, one that you don't pay off and without serving a certain amount of time. Yes. To be honest, this kind of gathering is not the usual type of event I am dispatched to. The last type of auction I attended was for souls in the city of Dis. My master was able to get an extremely good rate.
Who may I ask? Is it that's your master?
That is need to know information. I am merely here as his representative. Unless you have a soul to sell for that knowledge.
I'll withdraw my hand.
It's cold. Good luck at the auction. I will make it known that I have near limitless fun. I'd heard that the soul of a god would be up for sale.
Rumors can be so.
Very well. She turns back and mage hands a glass of red liquid that you're pretty sure is wine from the table.
Yeah, I'll just continue to mill around with bronze and jewel.
Cool. Tilly, Tisha, what are you doing?
Lucy, you go first.
I'm going to have to go and say hi to Felnak. That I sidle on over.
Felnak makes a beeline straight for you and tries his very best to get you in a corner.
Oh, he's moved quickly from stuff in his face then.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hi. Just speak to you.
Wait. Oh, God. Are you okay?
Listen, I'm sorry I came on a bit strong in the pub, but I needed to try and get you alone.
Me specifically, or this group? Be careful of your choice.
You seem like the most approachable.
Okay. Let's talk.
You're a Montenay,
Are you okay?
correct?
Yes. How do you know that?
You resemble your mother.
Oh, God.
I have something to tell you that I really have to take care in my delivery, especially in current company, but...
Will you step outside?
Yes, maybe that would be best, actually.
If you say he's her like long lost half brother, too much drama.
It's gonna catch Mir's eyes and be like, just so you know where I'm going. Just clock it, and then we'll step out.
And come up to be like, are you sure?
As soon as you exit the room, Felnak goes into this really convincing act that he's really drunk and that you're helping him outside to get some fresh air. It's like, oh, too much champagne. Oh,
Not
Oh,
enough
let's take you over here. Any water? Water?
I heard there would
Got
be
any water?
pastries. Oh, where are they?
Pastries? No pastries.
Drinking on an empty stomach is the worst.
Help me with a deception check at advantage, Tisha, which you'd already get advantage on anyway, thanks to the spell, but it's okay. You don't get the impression it fools everybody, but Felnak takes you outside and in between two coaches, and he says,
Get your spells ready.
Very dodgy. Yep.
My advances towards you were not entirely honest. I meant to try and gain your trust before I could reveal my true mission. I was meant to go up the Rusty Trail with you on behalf of my organization. My organization has a particular interest in making sure that some of these magic items do not fall into the wrong hands, especially that scepter. Your mother and father were members of my organization, and as far as I'm aware, they never told you.
They didn't tell me much, to be honest. Anyway.
We are the Harpers. And we are able to acquire and draw upon our considerable funds to make sure that this auction does not go terribly wrong. The scepter would be priority number one, but there is also an extremely powerful weapon that could be used to wrought terrible destruction, unknowing possibility onto the Isles, and we just cannot allow that kind of imbalance to persist.
Well, I don't think we're against each other in this kind of stuff. What are you here alone? Are you going to defeat this situation on your own?
No, I need your help. As I said, I've got considerable funds to procure some magic items. I'm not sure. I'm not able to try and discern everybody's targets and motivations, but we need to at least keep the wrong items out of the hands of the wrong people, and I can help you financially with that.
So you want my colleagues, friends, cohort to outbid some of the most richest people? Is that word, richest?
Correct.
People in this room. Okay.
Correct. Aside from the scepter, you need to find out which is the most powerful magic item and make sure it stays out of the wrong hands.
Do you know which one that is, or you?
I haven't managed.
A golden fist.
No, that's merely a display for different powerful magic rings. It's the fist itself is not magical. It's just painted golden wood. If you're able to secure the scepter as priority number one and find another very powerful magic item, you'd be doing us a hell of a favor.
How would we go about finding the? We know where one is, but where the second one?
Well, I think it's time to not only discern what magic items are going to be up for auction. That might be easier as the night goes on, but try and find out who is after what, so we can try and outbid them or anticipate where to put most of our money.
Okay. Who is after what? We have a mission. The mission is afoot. I of course need to go and speak to my comrades about this and explain everything.
Of course.
We're not even sure we want this. You seem to know about the scepter. we don't even want to put that up for sale. Like, is there a way of preventing that from even happening at this stage?
From what I know about Mr. Fourcutter, it would take a lot of persuasion to put his prize item off the itinerary for tonight. It may cost you more, all of my money and all of yours. If you can persuade him, that might make the night go a bit more smoothly. If it does end up going up for sale, then we must work together to make sure that it ends up in our hands.
Okie dokie. Have you spoken to my parents recently?
No, the Harper's is a disparate group of sleeper cells, if you will, and this message was passed to me remotely. I haven't seen them for many years, but the resemblance is uncanny.
Mm. Yes. Okay. Well, some things
I
you
saw
can't
another
help.
Thalorian, someone from the Vade Mecum. You have a similar bone structure. To be honest, this wasn't the most difficult honey trap assignment I'd ever been on. Have a good evening, Tisha, and I'll do my best. Just know that I have about 30,000 gold pieces ready to spend, should you require them.
Okay.
Just make
Maybe
sure
we
you
should have
don't...
like a code word between us when things go wrong or somebody needs to step in. And that word should be oh my
It should be
harp.
harp. No, I'm afraid I have to totally reject that idea, as it's far too close to my secret clandestine organization name. But how about
Let's go with
flute instead?
another musical instrument. Yes, let's flute. If anything goes wrong, that's what we say to each other or shout at each other. I will inform my group.
Okay, let's not flute this up.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
No.
Tisha walks away and thinks, was he ever interested? Was that just all a lie? And then she goes back to the group and literally says everything that he's just said about trying to outbid, make sure our powerful items don't get into the wrong hands, that we shouldn't try and we should try and not have the scepter up for sale, but if it's too late, then we need to outbid. And the code name, everyone, is Flute.
Okay, what organization did they work for?
Harper's. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, we've worked for them before.
Oh.
In a long
Are they
time
decent?
ago, before Mia even joined us, they were in Meloon. The satrap was one. We helped them investigate a dragon's egg. It was a fake, but it's how we captured your sister and took her to prison.
Oh, are these trustworthy folk then? It's not all just
They're an organization,
a ruse.
an elven organization pledged to uphold the Isles and to protect it.
And yet again, I know nothing. Thank you, parents. Does that sound okay to everybody?
I trust the Harpers more than I trust other organizations.
And I don't know about you, but everybody in this room is really creeping me out.
Oh yeah. The guy over talking to Shamblevuk. I didn't say before, I was a bit out of it. You know, Galen talks about his stepbrother. Mia, Smoke. Back at the library, the family that raised him, he had an elven stepbrother. Well, that's him. He asked about Galen.
And you bore the bad news.
I told him that he helped save Silvercrest, that without his magic we probably wouldn't have succeeded, but that he fell in battle. Which is the truth.
Well, at least he is certainly someone we could count on relying with any magic items he might wish to auction for.
He's told us to visit him and his mother in the Vade Mecum whenever. that he has heard of our tales, he has heard of the heroes of Silvercrest, and we are welcome there whenever. So maybe somewhere to visit.
We should.
The
It's not
library's quite
Vade
close.
Mecum. Yeah, the Vade Mecum isn't far from those places you were told to look at for traces of your history, Tilly.
That's
So,
right.
after we've been to see my father, maybe we should go and.
Uh, Rewinding back just a moment, if you will, allow me, Dan. And Tisha went off to the other room. What Tilly would have done is just sort of, she's tired and famished, and what she went is just straight for the table, grabbed an empty plate, and then do that thing where she just goes to sits on every chair and then grabs the rolls and loose leaf salad and anything around, obviously all the roasts and meats that she doesn't eat, and she just chair hopping, and then get to the point here where it's like a big bread roll and she like chumming it, and this guy standing next to her, and she'd be like, "Oh, excuse me, I just
Oi,
so hungry."
that was my bread roll.
Oh, and she sort of half-eaten passes it back. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that.
And he takes it. And he's wearing like a fingerless glove, which doesn't go with the rest of his outfit. And he just eats it.
Nice party. Not at all. Not a lot of vegetarian options.
You see now a half elf looking guy. Looks a bit dirty, not dissimilar to you guys, to be honest. Like he's travelled quite a way away. But he carries himself. He's very rough around the edges, but he's also very confident. He doesn't really stand on ceremony. And he pulls a seat up next to him, puts both of his kind of cuffed boots on the table. Oh, well, what are you here for, little one?
Well, we've just kind of travelled from the monastery up the road, and we had a little adventure on the way, and I think and my friends are just interested in everything that's going on around here. I've never been to a place like this. You might not be able to tell.
You mean you're not here with an ulterior motive? You're just here to look at the nice things and learn stuff.
What ulterior motives do you think I would have?
Look around. Everyone's got an ulterior motive. I can see a narc from a mile away. That one's giving me the creeps, pointing to the purple tiefling.
Oh.
Not to mention that blunt instrument over there. Can never trust the tabaxis either. And this one is breathing fire up my arse. Will you calm it down, you tiefling scum?
Oh, well, that's a bit rude. But
I'm bored. We should buy something. What have you seen that's good?
I think there's loads of things here. I've seen them, but what are you after? Something specific? What's your?
I have been told. Oh, my name is Isnan Eltamel.
Isnan Eltamel. It's really nice to meet you. My name is Matilda Hollytop, but you can call me Tilly if you want.
It's easier to say. I've been sent here to just buy all the nicest things I can on behalf of my organisation. And to be honest, I'm of a mind just to buy everything, eat all the food, and leave, because this is boring.
What organization would that be? Out of interest.
Oh, I'm at Crystal Spear. We run the Grave Assembly, which pretty much run everything in Crystal Spear.
Right.
Although that's not what the council would tell you, or the Central Commission, sorry. To be honest, I tried to go straight
couldn't leave Crystal Spear, not like some of my old colleagues. And I ended up getting roped back in.
No, that's the worst. When you feel like you have no choice and you can't move on with your life. I get that.
Yeah, now they're sending me all to all the fucking shitholes all over the Isles to buy trinkets for the assembly.
How long did you know about this event?
Oh, I think someone got a message through a couple of days ago that this kind of thing would be happening.
Did you travel by tree as well?
Oh no, I was given a long list of runes, and they were read out to me. And then as soon as the person had finished, paf, I was here. I hate teleportation.
Magic is amazing, isn't it? So you just gonna buy anything that you think is pretty? How do you judge it?
Oh, to be honest, I'm not the best judge. So I'll take your advice. Whatever you think I should buy, as long as you think it's the most powerful and special magic item, if you can make a case for it, I'll buy it. But I'm not leaving out here without spending a lot of money. And he puts a massive sack of platinum pieces on the desk.
Whoa, that's a lot of money. I should probably look around then if you're entrusting me with this sort of assessment.
I think so too. Chop, chop.
she'll grab another like a piece of salad leaf and stuff it in her mouth, and then leave back to join as Tisha's coming back, and we all have that conversation that we just had. And she'll at the end of what Jacob was just saying, she says, "Oh, I spoke to this gentleman there from Grave Assembly. If that means anything to any of you, I have no idea."
Never heard of them.
Have I heard of them as a character?
Yeah, we have.
Well, in Tabaxi Adventure for sure, but in our own characters.
Didn't Red tell us in the normal game?
I think so.
Yeah, she did. She said because she said yeah, she was going.
Was part of them.
Yeah.
Did she also try to leave and go straight? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, she decided she didn't. Yeah, she was on the run from them.
Marius was the name, was it? I think I remember this from somewhere. I can't remember. But yeah, Tilly will say like he seems to have a lot of money and a lot of inclination to buy trinkets, as he called them, and then leave. And but he seems very lazy. Like he asked me to go around and look at things and tell him what's best to buy. So I could probably convince him to buy anything here if that was, something we wanted to do.
Yes, we need to. Well, the mission, if we choose to accept it, is to find out who really wants what, and if somebody isn't really wanting anything, then we can push them to some of the not so special items, maybe. But we have to find out what items there are and who's after what first.
Do we want to look at buying some of the items as well, maybe?
Could do.
And do we want to?
And as you consider taking part in the auction, Oswin presents himself to you all.
Oh no.
I'll just put everybody back down here. Is
Lucy,
that everyone?
You're in the Oh No Brigade today?
Oh no.
Oh no. Yes, I am.
Be down with us.
Congratulations, you've made it back. I trust you find the hospitality to your liking.
There could be more vegan options for my friend here.
Eating some salad leaf.
Oswin snaps his fingers, and a plainly dressed employee comes up. Where are those vegan pastries? I don't know. We ordered them this morning. I don't care where you ordered them from or who you ordered them with. Go and get some now. I am sorry, Mia, and it's most embarrassing. We seem to be a little short on the catering side, but thanks to your successful return, not short on merchandise. I see you recovered the scepter.
I did. We did.
Well, I trust you helped yourself to the rest of Crinevane's hoard as payment.
Do you know Jack the dragons can come back from the dead?
Oh, you believe in ghosts, do you?
No, but we were attacked by something after leaving the monastery. Giant spectral dragon thing. Said he was Crimevane.
Everything went cold.
Necromantic, evil undead thing.
I'm very pleased you managed to make it out alive. I'm sure you've found enough merchandise of your own to reward yourselves for your trouble.
Was difficult.
About 60,000 gold pieces, I'm told.
Told?
Mm-hmm.
How told how?
I'm not merely a purveyor of magical items, young lady, but information, which I find much more powerful.
Well, that was very clever of you to find out.
Where
you?
All of these items, where do you get them from?
I'm an investor, a trader. Some of them are ill-gotten, I will admit, but I do my best to verify the history of each item and curate it particularly so that it may achieve a price of its true potential. However, there are many conflicting stories about the scepter of Severus, and many of the Severathians that choose to weigh in on it seem to be a little bit unreliable. They talk about Severus as a king of men, a master wizard, and superior to Azuth in every way, and this only seems to drive up any kind of price. However, I don't have much evidence of that kind of power. Indeed, if the scepter does contain his godly essence, then some of the prices that were bandied about may be achievable, but I'd have to verify its condition.
It doesn't.
Make a persuasion check. It's advantage because of the spell.
16.
Be that as it may, I'd like to inspect it under your supervision, of course, before it is put up for auction this evening.
How much money? Sorry.
You can help me set the guide price if you're able to provide me with any more insight as to its nature.
I don't want to give it to you to sell.
Then I assume you will be compensating me. This would be most embarrassing. It's one of the prize items supposed to be up for auction tonight. I'm sorry about not being more forthcoming about my motives. However, I wouldn't want word to get out and, like I say, attract every mad Savrathian this side of the Isles to come and bandy about their religious indoctrination and You know, it'd just be more trouble than it's worth, to be honest.
This scepter nearly killed me when I picked it up. I think it would kill quite a lot of people in here if they picked it up. And now it doesn't contain Savras anymore. That's true. But it's still powerful, though maybe not as powerful as some of your guests think. And when Savras emerged from it, he told us, he made it clear that we shouldn't allow magical items to fall into the wrong hands. And I think...
You've been taking financial advice from a god.
We didn't talk about money, Oswin. We talked about the right thing to do.
He rubs his hands together and he looks to be mulling over a few possibilities. The auction is due to start very soon. Perhaps we could negotiate some compensation if you were determined to keep hold of the item. However, I am not naive to your reputation, and many of my guests this evening anticipate your arrival with as much pleasure as the scepter itself. Heroes of Silvercrest, I keep hearing. Indeed, your reputation does precede you. So my minimum, before we even start talking coin or whatever else you might have to offer, is that we form a mutually convenient understanding.
What would that involve?
Well, you see, I was not placed in Iron Guard for no reason. My benefactor is the one who has been after the scepter. And part of the bidding process, I've been authorized to take part in myself for this particular item. If you wish to remove it from the auction, then we must come to an amicable financial settlement, but you must also go and explain your religious indifference towards giving it away to my benefactor themselves.
Which is who? Whom?
I must commune with them before I am authorized to reveal their identity. In the meantime, start thinking about what you can offer me in return for that scepter.
Quick question. Other than the scepter, what's your most powerful item here?
It's the very top of the order. I have managed to procure a blade. A blade with a single stone imbued in it by a Dao. You know what a Dao is?
No. I think she does, but no. Please enlighten me.
A Dao is a genie.
A genie that grants wishes?
Indeed, and that is what the blade is capable of.
Sounds pretty powerful
I expect
indeed.
it to fetch the highest price.
What would that be? So we know what sort of level we're.
There is a guide price for each item, and I will present them forthwith. However, I will give you advance notice that the guide price for the luck blade is 60,000 gold pieces.
Oh, just happens to be that amount.
You and Jacob, you both look quite tired.
How would Jacob feel about the sword and letting him know that he's got it?
Oh,
It wouldn't be a magical Geas telling him not to tell anybody.
no, you're not compelled to present it or hide it in any way. It's up to you.
Well, yeah, there was more side effects. We fought the protectors of the scepter, and I was bestowed an item that I'm not willing to give up by one of the guardians, but it's made me very tired since getting it.
An item, you say? And Oswin's eyes light up, and he looks towards View, who clutches, quite obviously, this golden saber in its hilt. View, I wish to speak to you in my office. Your colleagues, or former colleagues, can discuss between them the compensation required to purchase the scepter. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. And View kind of gives you like a, I'll do my best for you kind of nod.
Can I try casting Arcane Eye to follow them?
Yeah, they would turn away and go into the crowd. But yeah, if you want to cast Arcane Eye, just pop it up in the chat for me.
Yep.
Just an action. Yeah. Are you trying to do this subtly or obviously casting this spell? Because it's got a lot of components, verbal, somatic, and material.
Subtly.
Okay, then you can make a stealth check or a sleight of hand check, whichever you prefer. Weird tiefling lady notices you casting the spell, and the kind of like fangs get pointy, and she like rubs her hands together. At that point, I'm just going to take 2 minutes, if that's okay. I'm just going to pop Tilly.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
What are we gonna do?
Law. So many people. All
Haven't been
law.
talking about it in our super secret chat at all.
Thanks for indulging me.
No, it's a lot
Mm.
of fun.
I did not
Change of
enjoy as
pace.
Jacob giving that breaking that news to Galen's stepbrother.
Yeah, that
was
came up
nice.
pretty quickly, didn't it?
That was a nice scene, yeah.
It needed to. I didn't want to string him along and pretend that Galen was off having adventures. So Jacob is honest. Yeah.
Yeah, we know. He
To a
tells
fault, you
everybody
could say.
everything.
I did not tell him everything. I did not tell him.
Not a lot.
Did I tell him how Galen died? Did I tell him about Galen's fall?
What did you
I
What
told
did you
him
tell
about
Oswin just now?
About that we'd found some weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Items.
Cool. So are we? Are we this? Oh, sorry. Are you doing the Arcane Eye?
I will be. I'm casting it. I've said I'll cast it.
Oh, yeah, but someone noticed, right?
Yeah, a couple of people notice. There's actually quite a few people casting spells, not least that tiefling themselves, and also Temperance, who you've not spoken to.
No.
But she, they're basically people are like casting Identify, and they're like verifying some of the qualities of these items before they get presented. There are a few people around, like assistants, employees of Oswin, who can also help you, like talk about the items, verify some of their abilities. But yeah, first the Arcane Eye. So you're casting it like through a crowd of people, through a room. You want it to follow. It can travel through walls and stuff, right? Can
No,
it?
like small spaces.
Small spaces. Ah, okay.
Tiny gaps.
Yeah. Given that you had to cast the spell, I'm going to ask for a group perception check, please.
Gareth's gone.
Oh, I'm gonna re-roll that. That wasn't great.
Okay. Mia and Smoke, you managed to track Oswin's movement to the back room. It's a small office, and just as the door is closing, a few people kind of come and go, kind of bothering Oswin with various details. But yeah, you managed to cast the Arcane Eye and follow Oswin along with View into this back room. So you mentally receive visual information from the eye. So you can see everything that happens, but you can't hear everything that goes on. Okay?
Can you not?
No, it says nothing about it, just says visual information.
Oh, okay.
So just as the door closes, this Arcane Eye hovers at kind of ceiling height. And you see View kind of throw himself down into a seat opposite a desk of Oswin, and he looks tired, and he's looked increasingly so. They have some exchange. You can make an insight check to see if you can figure out what's happening just by looking.
A lip reading.
Yeah.
Oh, 12.
Well, you don't get like many specifics, but it looks like Oswin has declared his intention to leave View has declared his intention to leave Oswin's employ. And he's kind of vouching for you. And he goes on to describe perhaps some of the battles. Oswin listens. He seems unmoved, but you can see that he's looking focused on the golden sword. The at the point where another assistant comes through the door and tells Oswin that, yeah, and you would hear this as the door opens, that the auction is ready to start. He puts a single finger up and he goes up to Oswin, and you see him cast a spell on View.
Uh-huh.
He puts his hands like on View's head and he kind of breathes, and you can make an Arcana check if you wish to try and discern what spell this is. I'm going to give you advantage as well for reasons that may become clear. You
21.
didn't need it. He casts Lesser Restoration on View,
Uh-huh.
who then seems cured of his exhaustion.
Ah. Okay.
He then seems to talk a little bit more persuasively and convincingly. And you see him cast another spell. And I'll give you another Arcana check just to see if you know what it is. Just tell me what it is if you can.
13.
This one is not obvious to you. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, was it Lesser Restoration? It might have been Greater Restoration. Ooh, hold on.
For removing exhaustion.
Exhaustion. Yeah.
It's great. It's great.
Sorry, it is Greater, not Lesser. Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, cast Greater Restoration. And then a separate spell that is similar in some ways compels View to take the saber out of the scabbard, turn it lengthways, and offer it up to Oswin, who folds it up in a piece of leather and takes it.
Damn. His grandfather's sword. What a big hole.
There is an employee who says the auction will begin in 1 minute, and a little gavel on the table, and everyone's encouraged to take their seats at the table. Which I don't know. I don't have to move everybody, but you know, whatever. View comes out, and he will say to you, Mia, have you decided what compensation you might be able to offer him?
No, I've not been able to talk to everybody yet. I need time.
Well, you've got a minute.
Gather everybody.
Yeah, you're at the bottom end of the table. People are starting to come and take their seats.
What do we do? Is it money?
That's what he seemed to want. If we were to offer another magic item for this magic item, then we'd be still in the same predicament that goes against what you believe in, right? Because he will sell whatever we give him magical to whoever, and they will do whatever with it. So the only thing we could potentially offer is money. But if this is like prized possession, he might just say the entire 60,000 that we have, and that's it. We'll be out of money, and then we might as well just leave. There's nothing else.
We try and convince him that it's not worth anything anymore, and offer 20,000. That will give us 40 left and 30 from Falnak, and that will take us just over the asking price for the.
We could certainly try.
View says he was able to relieve me of the sword. However, he didn't take it from me. He does seem very interested in it, although it remains mine. I'd dearly like to keep it, but I'm sure it might go some way towards sweetening the deal. I'm sorry, he's very persuasive.
Did
As
he
in your
threaten you?
sword will sweeten the deal.
Sorry, Kirsty, what did you say?
As in your sword will sweeten the deal for us.
He certainly seems very impressed by it. I'm not sure it'd be a like for like replacement, but depends how much money we can raise, how much other things that need procuring that might be more important. Didn't you say something about a sword that grants wishes? Surely that's more important than my old family sword. I don't know. Oh, this is all so tense.
Did he threaten you? Like,
No,
with your family's safety?
no.
Okay. It's your grandfather's sword, and above that, it's a sword that shows you a location of something that's really important to Mir. So, isn't it equally as bad if that goes into wrong hands, Mir?
But that's what we've been challenged to do, right? Is to stop both of these things getting into the wrong hands.
Is he gonna put your sword on the auction? Is that what he said he will do?
There's going to be a short recess after the first 5 items where you'll be able to make your offer for the scepter, and he'll be able to confirm whether or not he puts the golden sword up for sale. I would dearly like to leave with both of them, but I'm not sure we have enough money. I mean, even that whole dragon's hoard could be spent in one evening. What are our priorities? I guess we should listen to the items that are going to be put up in part 1. And with that, Oswin comes out of his office, wherever he is. Hold on. The drow kind of whispers a few things in his ear, and he kind of nods. Now then, attendees, thank you for joining me here at the Well of Whispers. It's not the usual kind of resplendent venues some of you are more accustomed to, and he nods specifically at the weird tiefling. And I welcome my human and half-elf comrades from Crystal Spear, so half-elf is what I meant, as well as a contingent of the Knights of Mystical Fire. It's been a pleasure in cooperating with them to procure some of these items. And indeed, I look forward to working them more closely in future as they take up residence at the Crucible, not far from here.
What? I don't recognize these KMF members.
No, but you also know that there is a KMF contingent for each elemental plane.
Oh, of course.
These ones, obviously, very concerned with magic items. But what he's trying to say is that they have brought a lot of them here. So, the first 5 items on the card tonight. Number 1, we have the Witch's Circle, and Bronze looks to you, Smoke, as the item, one of the items that he pointed out earlier. It's this circular chakram. Seems to be imbued with magical power. A simple weapon, but he kind of goes on. This weapon is a unique not found regularly on the Isles, and requires attunement by a spellcaster. A spellcaster may be able to cast extremely powerful magics through this witch's circle, especially when it is held to the moon. And he holds it up, and you can see that it's a powerful magic, a powerful weapon. This will be on display, and the guide price will be 10,000 gold pieces. The next one was delivered to us nearly a 10-day ago by attendees from Last Hollow, who boarded the royal ship and brought us some of their regalia. The Dragon's Bane battle standard will fetch a high price indeed. And Jacob, you would notice a battle standard that's like a spear with this kind of flag attached to it, with your family colours on it. It's called Dragon's Bane battle standard because, as you know, hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, the Dragon's Bane is the name of the camp inside Last Hollow that trains the elite guard, Camp Dragon's Bane. And this battle standard is their battle standard. It's a symbol of the best soldiers from Last Hollow. And it's very unusual that something like this would be auctioned off.
Yeah. Jacob looked very puzzled.
Yes. This battle standard imbues all of those in close proximity with the fire and passion to resist all but the most devastating attacks. A guide price of 15,000 gold pieces. Next, our Knights of Mystical Fire, on their journey from the Crucible, found and it kind of gestures towards the hand, a coral shield ring. Apparently they did battle with a storm hag and relieved the storm hag of this magical ring.
Wait.
The fourth item this evening.
Wait, you didn't say the cost.
Oh, sorry. The guide price for the coral shield ring is 5,000 gold pieces. And the fourth item is a simpler item, but one of much utility. To be honest, it's a late entry tonight as an apology for the lack of pastries. I'm donating from my own personal collection the Adventurer's Wand. This wand, as well as enabling the wielder to cast various spells, will always point you in the right direction and may even unveil some secrets hitherto unforeseen. A bargain, I am sure you will agree, at a guide price of 2,500 gold pieces. Concluding part one of the auction would be, of course, the most eye-catching piece, donated to us by our orc friend here. I'm sorry, am I pronouncing this correct? Ganugash? Ganugash! Yes, thank you. I'm sure our big friend here will be able to tell you all about it, but it's quite obviously the hide and sharp parts of an extremely formidable beast that's been fashioned into a fearsome set of armor. 5,000? Not a penny less! Yes, 5,000 gold pieces from Mr. Ganugash, of course. Obviously, there are some more higher ticket items that will go up for bidding in part 2. However, all you must do is come and submit to my drow friend here your silent bid for any item. They will be kept confidential in Mr. Kafaxath's lockbox, and Jory pulls a lockbox out from behind his cloak. And of course, the highest bidder on each item shall be the winner. Have a good evening, folks. I trust you're all enjoying it so far. Cheers! And he raises a glass of champagne before retiring to his office. Jory takes a seat at the head of the table. Sorry, go on, Lucy.
Sorry, that was just round 1 of 3.
Round 1 of 2.
2. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
So Jory sorry, not Jory. Why can't I click this now? I've deleted Oswin from existence. Can you all still see him in the top left corner?
Ooh. Yeah,
I put him on the background layer. Whoops. Hold on.
just here.
Yeah. There we go. So yeah, he goes back in the office, and Jory sits down and he puts this chest with like a letterbox slot on the top, and there's a whole stack of paper, parchment, and quills next to it. And you're invited to come and bid for any of those items if you want one. So you get a chance to discuss it.
We want all of them, but we can't afford it.
No.
I want one.
We can't spend
I
any
can't
money.
afford it. No, I think.
What are we going to do?
I have no idea, Amir.
I'm gonna. Let's ask Falnock what he's planning on doing.
First of all,
The only other idea I had was we allow the scepter to go up for auction, but we spread the word that there's no god in it and it's essentially useless now.
Mm.
And then we bid for it ourselves and get it ourselves for hopefully cheap. But it's a risk, a huge one.
But didn't we see those people casting identification spells on items, so they'll be able to know what it is even without a god, right?
The abilities of the item, it can still do all of the same things whether or not it's got Savras in it or not. The presence of a god is not something that's easily discernible via such a simple spell as identify.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant that it was.
It's still a powerful.
It's still a very powerful thing that. Yeah, okay, but they might just bid something low on. Is that maybe? And then we could bid higher. But if depending on what price he's gonna put out, we're not gonna have any. What if he just says the indicative price is 100,000?
Well, he said earlier that the jewel in the collection, the highest price item, was that Lux sword.
The wish sword.
The wish sword, which is 60,000.
Didn't he also say that the scepter would be more, or he would expect it to fetch more?
Did he?
Maybe. I think
He didn't.
so. No.
Just to confirm that. No, the Garrus right in way saying the Luck Blade was the top ticket item at 60k guide price.
Okay, so it could be just under it. We don't know.
If you spread the truth, mate, that the scepter is dangerous to those who would want to wield it, and that it chooses its bearer and would kill somebody it deemed unworthy, then people might not want it.
Are there not at least a couple among us that would take that risk? Believe that they are strong enough to wield it regardless. Like looking over at the weird tiefling.
Could we just if we go back to the basics of the situation, is what is stopping us from just leaving right now and leaving this place?
Moral duty.
To the rest of the items here?
Mm-hmm.
But we can't get them all. We can't even probably get even one.
But there are people here that we know and somewhat trust. that we could try and ensure that they fall into their hands. That's what Felmac asked you to do, basically, Tisha, right?
Yeah, I think the idea of don't let the top two go into anybody's hands. And he has 30,000 gold.
Top two being the scepter and the sword.
Yeah. And it
So
would be good to like understand who is going after what as well.
how do this? We got so much money from the Dragon Horde. How much are you all willing to let go for this?
Everything, as
All
far
of
as
it.
I'm
I
concerned.
care not for the gold.
Jacob.
I have grabs his sword. Recompense for the battles. The money has to go, then it has to go. There are other items, maybe some of the... There was a mithril armor, plate of mithril armor. Maybe that can offset some of the costs as well. There was more than just the scepter in the Dragon's Horde.
Okay.
And that's not a magical item, but it is. Mithril armor is lightweight.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, there was a few things of like art pieces and things. If we put it all on top of it, might be extra few grand, I guess.
So if we assume that we're going to spend 60 grand on this luck blade,
And 30 from Farnak.
How are we gonna spend? How are we gonna pay
How
for
Well,
are we going to pay for the scepter?
so we've got a pool of 90,000, right,
Yeah.
between us. So we
Well-
have to hope that 30,000 plus some other items are going to buy us the
Scepter.
scepter.
I'd go lower because it's 60 might go higher and we have to outbid. I'd go 20.
I can go and tell that guy from the Crave Assembly to buy something that you're not afraid of. Did anyone say you know what this organization is, or whether they're good or evil? He seemed very bored with this. He didn't strike me as someone who's sinister. Just you know,
we know someone who works for them, and she's decent in her own way.
Okay, so I guess we could if you pick an item that is you're not afraid to go somewhere else. Let's say this armor that this orc fellow is selling. Maybe we tell him to go and buy that, and at least he'll spend money on this and not participate in the bids of higher. I probably need to do it fairly quick. So if you just tell me which ones, I can go and tell him. These
How
are
much
the ones
did he have?
About this much of platinum. I don't know. He didn't tell me. DM, could I have ascertained how valuable
No.
that was? The bag.
I mean, actually, you've been lugging loads of money out of it. Make me a history check.
Right. I'm gonna use inspiration on it because why the hell not?
Yeah.
$15.
With a 15, you first of all got the impression that that wasn't the only bag of money that he had, and that was probably about 10,000 gold pieces.
Okay, I say that.
Okay.
So we could at least get him to not. But silent auction, I don't see this. I'm not. I don't know about these things, but silent auctions are not overbidding each other, right? So do we even care what they're gonna do with it? It's just about them not putting an offer on an item that we want. I guess.
just persuading them to spend their money elsewhere.
Mm.
And who else is here to spend? That purple lady. The red woman.
Red lady.
She was
Cat
creepy.
eyes. Mm-hmm.
She's come to...
A few of them go up. You see Marion Grimehook go and place a bid down there. You see
I will quickly run over to the person I spoke with before, and just say,
oh, that was a bit underwhelming, wasn't it? Those 5 items. I don't know. Do you know anything about that? Anything about any of them?
I spoke to the I don't personally, but I spoke to people who are experts. Look at them. They're heroes of Silvercrest. They know about this stuff, and they
Heroes of Silvercrest. Spare me. That's like being, I don't know, hero of the Mud Hut or something. You know.
You're not easily impressed, sir. I can see that. You're a man
It's
of
almost as
great
if my
talent.
entire personality is based on one random dice roll that's just one sentence. But you know,
you're clearly a man of great tastes and refinement, and you'd be, I think, hard pressed to find items like the armor the orc is selling, or that ring. I think they're both very useful. And if you just could get in just above the estimated price, I think you'd just snatch them up.
you think both of them?
Yeah.
I like your style, gutsy. Leaving here with 2 things. Make a persuasion check at advantage. You buttered him up a bit.
Oh god. That's 9. Oh, technically, hold on. The 2 is a 1.
So you can re-roll it.
According to the oh fuck's sakes.
It's a 10.
10.
It's a 10. Yeah.
With a 10. Well, I suppose I could put a bid on one of them. Which one do you think?
I mean, that armor looks exquisite.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
It does.
I could see myself prancing about the Sood of a weekend. Wearing that skull atop my head.
I thought this was for your employers.
Yeah, no, definitely is my employer. Yeah. All right. I'll go.
Sure.
Thanks.
Good luck.
And he flicks you a platinum piece for your troubles.
He probably doesn't catch it. Just like, oh shit, picks it up from the floor. Nice.
So yeah, he goes up and puts a bid on the armor.
Yeah, I mentioned it to Mir.
At this point, Tempris goes and has counsel with the soldiers while Grigor, having been breathing fire for the past hour, comes to the table to get a drink. He's like in between Tilly and Jacob.
Thirsty work?
Extremely. Jeez. What are you going to bid on then? We brought quite a lot of stuff here. Jacob, is it?
Yeah, Jacob.
Sorry, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just saw you talking to that Ponzi elf over there for quite a while. You look like you're having quite an intense conversation.
Yeah, we had a mutual friend. Yeah, no, I'm just looking to see what there is. Magical items are always interesting. There's a few. The ring that they were talking about seems quite cool.
Yeah. None of it's really my style.
No, you're more of the fire-breathing style. Maybe you could put some sort of... If you had a ring like that, you could protect yourself from fire a bit better. Maybe
No, I'm naturally fire resistant. I'm a tiefling. And he takes a big gulp of water. I'm just a bit bored. Like,
used to be a thing around here.
It would be funny, wouldn't it, if we,
I don't know, I could play a prank on someone or something. What do you reckon?
What sort of prank
I'm
were you thinking?
interesting. What are you thinking?
Well, there's all these people going around casting Identify and consulting with their literature and scrolls and reading all the bullshit that I saw that guy writing on all of the little pamphlets like 2 hours ago. Like, you can influence people without all of this pomp and ceremony. You can just do it with magic.
Wouldn't they know?
Very little magic myself, but
No, you don't. You don't have to cast it on them. You could cast it on the items themselves.
oh,
Just an idea. I was just a bit bored. I mean,
Like swap the labels. Could just swap the labels around. That would be funny.
if you want to go swap the labels around, I'm not sure you could convince anyone that beast armor is actually a coral shield ring, but sure.
I'm
Just
gonna put
listen.
a
Look,
spell up that I'm not going to cast, but I just want everyone to see it.
is this to distort value? Oh no.
Magic
Oh.
aura.
Sounds like a plan, Mia.
That would be
Had it
cool.
the whole time and been like, this is fucking useless.
No, that is gonna. You could use that to make the scepter appear worthless.
Say go for the sword,
Um,
pay for the sphere.
it's
Sphere,
a
spectre, sphere.
looks really cool, but I don't see anything about it
False
Uh,
aura.
obscuring the. It doesn't obscure identify though.
Isn't that a divination spell?
It is divination, I believe.
Then false information is relied about it. False aura, change the way the target appears to spells and magical effects. You can make a magical object appear non-magical. You could make the
yeah,
scepter.
it is precisely the spell to counteract Identify with. That's what
That-
it's for.
Cool. Oh, okay, because it says such as detect magic.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
For example, detect magic.
For example, do you have a square of silk? Because I could just lend you a little bit of my undies if you needed it.
Tilly wears silken undies.
Of course. She's
She's
delicate.
like, poor, 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 poor. Woo, poor, poor, poor.
She's delicate.
Where you got us like, oh, well, I hope you enjoyed the show anyway. Maybe go say hi to Temperance. Like I know she's a bit grumpy, but she probably knows a lot about some of these magic items if you're curious. Anyway, bye. And he claps his hands together and Misty steps back over to Temperance.
Can't even be asked walking,
Mhm.
That's just lazy.
So that's an interesting suggestion from Jacob will wander over to me. That tiefling's a little bit bored. He suggested hijinks.
We've met him before, do you remember?
Jog my memory.
You can say no.
Water
What?
Zargrangula.
Oh, was he one of the ones that turned up later on?
Yeah.
Yeah, the proof of
He was one of the
turned up
guys that was
later on.
there.
turned up later on to rescue their commander. Oh,
I'm not sure that happened, but
I have no idea who
there
he
was a
is.
guy. There was a
As,
guy.
It
as
doesn't matter.
Lucas. I'll
there was a
explain later.
Yeah. Ah, well,
Mia remembers him, sure.
he suggested we should swap out. You could mess with the magical items, swap things out on them. Can magic do that?
Yes. You'd have to cause a distraction. I
Me.
think.
At that point, there's just a big cloud of fire that goes up to
I
the
was gonna
ceiling.
say fire.
Wait. So Mir, you have magic that could hide a magical item from others.
Yeah, so I could cast that on something, say the blade, and it makes it appear non-magical, like boring. And then someone who's good at lying, like Tisha, maybe, could wander over to it and loudly declare, "Hey, this isn't magical at all. This is all a lie."
But
I could do that.
that sounds like a fantastic idea. But aren't all these things out here on display and were already examined by people? Isn't that gonna be suspicious if that
People make
changes now?
mistakes.
Shouldn't we
They
maybe
had a
use
magic
it?
power.
What if we used it on the scepter? Give it to Oswind. Sort that thing out.
It
Nobody
has to be on
examined.
something that no one's holding. And I don't really want to put it down with things how they are.
Okay, just an idea.
What, that you make the scepter not magical?
Because nobody inspected this. Nobody
Yeah, that
knows
makes
about
sense.
this. So if you did that and then give it to Oswind and
Convince him that it's not magical, so he doesn't really want
he puts it up on auction. We pick it up. We put a silent bid for a few thousand, whatever, and everybody else will examine it and will be like, "Wow, that's shit." And then Tisha could talk about the rumors and
the fact that there's no god in it anymore, and
yeah,
it
and
just
then
makes you tired. No, that would be
then we
magical.
have
So no,
we'd have the money.
it's just really pretty.
We'd have the money to bid on other
Thinking
stuff
through
that's
my story.
dangerous, like
And then we
swords or-
use the money, the 60 and the 30, to try and bid for the one that's been checked already, which is the
Because we
the
could
genie
try
one.
it on, like you said, on the sword or something else. It's just,
Can't
it's.
Why?
We
Is that me?
Something's happened, I think. Both of you are talking over each other.
Oh,
John,
sorry.
what do you want to say?
Well, we'd only need to fool Oswin, perhaps. If Tisha is wily enough in her lies and your magic is powerful enough. Now that Savras has left the scepter, perhaps Oswin can be convinced that it's not magical at all. And then he cannot charge us 60,000 gold to keep it.
I guess the
I
only
did tell him
problem.
it was still powerful.
The only problem with that plan is we already told him.
But I meant like emotionally powerful, like morally
Yes.
powerful to me.
Heavy. Emotionally
Yeah, heavy.
powerful.
You could hit someone over the head with it and it would
It's
fucking
very
hurt.
powerful. It's a powerful weapon.
Dan, has it been an hour since we came here?
Yes.
I'm going to recast the enhanced ability
On us
Same
again.
people?
on Mir and Tisha.
Okay. While you're doing that, Jewel comes back over to you, Smoke.
Ah, Smoking Mirror. As clan leader, I have been instructed to assist you. The Gathering Mountains clan pledges loyalty to the current elected clan leader, and thus we will use our might however we can. And she looks like to be saying this through her gritted teeth and rolling eyes at you.
It's very honorable of you. You can ensure that debt would be repaid if you can help us. As a matter of fact, why don't you kind of look around? Why don't you come and join my party over here? I want to get them to talk with the rest of us in private.
Yeah. Bronze and Jewel come over.
We are not used to this kind of thing, I'll be honest, and to be honest, doing a favor to another clan, especially one led by Smoking Mirror, might actually be more worthwhile than taking back magic items to Three Bear.
Well, we find ourselves in quite a predicament. The value for us is less in the items themselves and more in keeping them out of the hands of some of the people here. Especially that blade and the scepter that my friend here carries. Did Three Bear endow you with some funds to purchase some of these items?
Bronze here has some funds, sure, but sounds like it's not really the purchasing. Do you want us to steal some?
I don't think that will fly quite here, although, believe me, it has passed my mind many times since being here.
Huh. I have a trick that I could help you with. Tell me, how much money am I holding in my hand? And she holds up a gold piece to you, Smoke.
A gold piece?
She flips it and it's a platinum piece. Wrong. I can do it the other way too, look. And she picks up a platinum piece. No, she picks up a silver piece. Flips it around, it becomes a gold piece.
I would nod on towards Mia and Tisha, since they know more about magics. Do you think this would fool someone like Oswin or the other patrons here?
Either Tisha. I'll make Tisha make an Arcana check.
It's not great.
Tell me what it is when she've rolled it.
19.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you know that the spell Jewel just cast was this. Oh shit, it's whispered. Hold on. How do I turn off whispers? Here we go.
Cool.
Dort value.
If you think it can help, we also have about 25,000 gold pieces. Or 50,000, depending on whether I cast that spell or not.
25,000 might be useful in itself. You see our elven friend over there, I'm pointing out the... Oh no, it's not the elven friend, it's Felnak is a Goliath, is it?
Yeah.
A Goliath friend over there is part of an institution that we can trust far enough. He has 30,000 gold in order to keep one of the items away from some of the unsavory types here. Perhaps with your funds and his, we have almost enough that we could purchase just the blade outright. What do the rest of you think?
Maybe, but Mr. Smoke, I just noticed something. We all our funds and gold are not here. Everyone else has money. Do you think that's going to be a problem?
We could have it arrive in no time at all.
Okay, hopefully.
Yeah, sometimes you just get an IOU and then you have to come back and pay for it.
Yeah.
Awkward buyer's remorse meeting the next morning. I was drunk. You plied me with champagne. There's no way I would have spent 90,000 gold pieces on a sword. What are you talking about?
We could play that card. But yeah. I mean, that sounds like a plan. Now we have more
money.
I personally do not carry much gold, but I have around 2,000 gold pieces.
But we're going against the person who told you, Mr. Smoke, that she's got unlimited funds, right? Probably not like 100% accurate with that. I mean, I would hope. Is there anyone else we don't want the items to go to? So we're working against two individuals, the tiefling and the red lady, or just the tiefling? What's our objective?
The red lady as well.
The red lady as well. You met her before, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Not someone you liked.
We fought her in the war.
Ooh.
And she got away.
Okay. So we're just going against them too. Could
What about
we
the rich
convince...
elf guy?
Yeah, Jacob, do you think you could convince that person you spoke to, your friend's stepbrother, to, if you explained what the situation was, maybe?
What do we want him to buy?
Nothing.
We want him to not. We want him not to buy the scepter.
The scepter we're gonna do magic on to make it seem that it's not valuable, or not magic.
Not bid on anything. He's travelled all this way and want him to not bid on anything.
That's
You
right.
No,
You
like
have
not the two prime items, just anything else. Maybe you
Yes.
convince him to do that.
I can speak to him.
Felnak does a quick loop as people start taking their seats again, and to you, Tisha. Tisha, is there anything you want me to put a bid on?
I think we have a plan. It hasn't come through yet. I think the second most powerful item here is I don't know if you heard Oswin talk about it earlier. A sword with a genie in it, or a dagger with a genie in it, and that will probably be the highest earner here. So we want to put money in. We want everybody to put money in together to buy it.
You want to try and pool our funds to buy the high ticket items?
Yeah. Well, the top one.
Okay. Well, I won't put a bid in for anything on this
No.
itinerary then. And then everybody starts to sit down. Jory stands up and presents the box to Oswin, who re-enters the room. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now the winning bids are just being organised, and there's a couple of different assistants come and sort them all out, and Jury seems to verify them. The Witch's Circle is the first item with a guide price of £10,000, 10,000 gold pieces. The winning bid was 14,500 gold pieces to Marion Grimehook. And she steps up and gives like a bow. And she has this chakram, which, she sits and kind of cradles.
She's a witch, right? That's like...
Yeah. The next is the Dragon's Bane Battle Standard with a guide price of 15,000 gold pieces.
We forgot about that, Jacob. We should have just got somebody to buy this for you. Oh, never mind.
I'm rather surprised it was for sale, to be honest.
Yeah.
This item has remained unsold. No bits.
Ooh, that could be good.
The Coral Shield Ring is the next item. And the winning bid has come from I'm sorry, how do you pronounce this? It's Shamselvuk. With a...
Why haven't we been talking to Sham? Sorry. Why did we think to speak to Shamselvuk? He's supposed to be on our team.
We hate him.
There's
we
still
hate
time.
him.
There's still time.
It's a dick. I don't like him.
The guide price was 5,000 gold pieces. However, Shamselvuk has won with a bid way under the guide price of 500 gold pieces. And he literally jumps up and goes, yes! And he then maintains his composure and takes the...
I actually like him now.
Coral Shield ring.
Oh, God.
Next, the Adventurer's Wand. This item remains unsold.
No.
And finally, the armor of beasts. One of the most striking items, guide price of 5,000 gold pieces. The winning bid, after this was bid on by multiple sources, was 15,000 gold pieces.
Mm.
And that goes to representative of the Grave Assembly, Isnan Eltamel.
Cool.
And he kind of just puts his thumb up.
Until he's like, woo, congratulations.
We'll be taking a short recess before the second part, which will commence in approximately 15 minutes. The new items are going to be coming out and put on display, so we don't have much time. If you want to go and inspect them, please do so forthwith. Yeah, so Oswin goes back to his office.
Shall I do this to the scepter?
Yes.
Okay.
Those new items, sorry, DM, they weren't here in the...
No.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that kind of changes it. You could, if you're worried about leaving the scepter, the items that they're going to bid on are not here, so they weren't inspected. So if you get to one of them and we create distraction, we could put... I don't know. It's risky because we'd have to intercept it before it lands on the display case. And
do you think that you could convince Oswin just to say that we should at least allow him to look at the scepter, although we don't wish to give it up yet before negotiating after the auction, and perhaps that gives just a short opportunity for him to try and identify the item while it is masked by your magics?
Just as you say that, this drow monk character, he's handcuffed to this lockbox of votes, and he comes up to you as a group, and he says to you, Mia, from under this hood, long white hair, Mr. Forecutter would like to see you in his office before the commencement of part 2 of the auction.
Very well.
Please
Can you
don't
give
keep him waiting.
a few minutes?
Very well. Then he goes off and talks to Temperance.
Shall I do it?
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm going to cast that Arcanist's magic aura spell, which I put up before. Do you want me to put it up again?
No, it's fine.
Oh, sorry, I did it.
Okay, so you go off with the scepter, having cast this spell on it, to Oswin's office.
With someone.
I will go with.
Thank you.
Okay. The rest, well, I'll deal with that in a minute. The rest of you see some of the other items now being placed down. Jewel and Felmac are at your disposal. You see, I'll tell you briefly what the other items coming out look like. There is 2 other rings. There is a space for the scepter. It's just like a plaque, but that's not obviously coming out. There is a bow coming out that looks very impressive. It's like kind of it's like green dragon scale bow. And the pièce de résistance, it's in a glass case. This luck blade, a long sword with a golden hilt and green jewel pommel that seems to glow with arcane potential.
Is that the one that someone's handcuffed to?
No, Jory is handcuffed to the voting box.
Oh, I see. Right.
So no one can tamper with it. So yeah, I guess we'll do Mir, Tisha, and Oswin first. So Oswin sits down. Well, do you have an offer for me?
Maybe you should look at it yourself first.
We think that would be a really good idea. you haven't seen it yet. You don't know what it even looks like, and you know, Mia already said that we've met. It's not as magical as it once was. In fact, we're pretty
God's gone.
convinced that it's no longer magical at all.
Okay, you
But
can
hey,
make a persuasion check at advantage.
Deception?
Sorry, yeah.
It's a
Well,
clear lie.
well, not as magical as it once was. Isn't really a lie. So you can choose perception or deception. Sorry, persuasion or deception.
at advantage.
Advantage 28.
Yeah.
For enhanced ability. Woo.
Woo!
Yes, very well. When you put it on his desk,
Mm.
and he casts identify in the same way that you cast it, Mia. His eyes kind of go like a dark purple, and you can see the weave on the table. And it is coalescing around the scepter, but in no way near the same amount of like ferocity that it was when you first grasped it from Cryon Vane's dead skull. He waves over it. The Savrathians really were just telling a load of tall tales about this thing, weren't they? It's embarrassing, not only to me, but my benefactor. The unsold items will be put up for another round of bidding along with the new items, but if you want me to take the scepter off the itinerary, it would probably save me some embarrassment. However, my benefactor would still require some compensation.
I thought that might be the case. And although it's not anywhere near as powerful, it still holds some sentimental value to me, so we'd be willing to pay to not have it on the itinerary.
I am interested in View's familial sword. That does seem to have some particular arcane power still. So I would accept that. However, I'm not unsympathetic to his right of ownership. And if you would wish to replace the sword in my collection with a monetary donation, then I suggest you make me an offer.
£10,000.
10,000
Gold.
10,000 gold pieces.
Thank you. Yes,
10,000 pounds of gold.
that's right. Wait,
That's a lot less than I was
What is it?
hoping for.
yes, but you're in the other round. Like you didn't. This is less magical than all of those items, and your highest one was about 15,000. So 10 is probably a fair, actually a good deal for you, my friend.
I'm not going to make you roll again because rolling the same check multiple times, there's no point. He takes the sword out of his desk and places it. 10,000 gold pieces and the meeting with my benefactor.
All of us meeting with them.
Correct.
And have you communed with them? Can you now tell us who that is?
Indeed. I will warn you that it is no mere appointment like you might keep with a cleric or an alchemist. You must travel to Pariah's Glen. Beyond Pariah's Glen, you will reach the shore on the Creeping Bite.
Sounds like an adventure.
Across the Creeping Bite, you must navigate the perilous waters between Zashala and Pridemount. In between those two locations, you will find a place called Zonderkeep. Zonderkeep is a mountain fort that was brought low and destroyed by my benefactor. His name is Devaska.
If we were to travel on foot, how long would that take us?
No, it's just
It's just
You
short.
can set sail across directly without crossing Pariah's Glen. If you wish, it is perilous waters. But amidst the ruins of Zonderkeep, you'll find Devaska. Make a persuasion check, one of you. I know it said it wasn't going to make you do loads of checks again, but we'll do one more.
Lucy, you're probably better.
It's a +10, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Devaska is a giant. Fog giant.
Fog giant.
And if you wish to make things right with him, I suggest you take him an interesting magic item, something that a giant might see value in. We can discuss it later if you wish, but for now I'll take your 10,000 gold pieces and let him know that you will deign to meet him in the near future.
Can we get your 10,000 after the? Can we do an IOU until after the proceeding?
Oh, sign here. And he puts a bill of transference set, it's like a contract. I write your name, bequeath this magical item, gap, Sept of Savras, for the amount of to, it's already filled in, Oswin Forecutter,
nice.
and he hands you a quill.
But we're not bequeathing the scepter.
No, you're bequeathing 10,000 gold pieces in exchange for the scepter.
And also the sword, which is View's sword.
No, View is just not giving the sword. There's no exchange needed.
Oh, not needed. Okay. Cool, let's do it.
There's no ink though, so you have to jab your finger. There's nothing suspicious about that, Tisha.
Not blood magic at all.
Are you signing?
Do you know what? I'm gonna bear with me a second. And Tisha scurries out the room to find Falnak to find £10,000, rather than sign anything.
I like that.
Okay.
So can I do that? Can I go and run to find him? But can I pass one of us?
What Lucas was saying, he was only joking. There was ink in a quill. There was not.
was totally.
Oh,
kidding.
I don't know. I
Sorry.
took it for real.
Don't play trick on people who don't know D&D, Lucas.
It's like, this sounds too serious. We
It
can't
wasn't
sign with
supposed
blood.
to be a trick. It was just a joke.
I'll just sign it.
Okay.
I'll
You
sign it. Yeah.
you sign.
Saves the job. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
I'm going to sign it in Gnomish. No, I'm not. No, you can't. It's a name. You can't do that. It's fine.
You are released with the Scepter of Savras and the Golden Saber, which is now wrapped up. Mia, he gives it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And as you come out, guys, while they're having that meeting, is there anything you want to try and do with any of the other items, any other plan, tactic? You don't know what's happening in there, by the way.
Did you say you're gonna briefly describe what the second round items are, or is it just?
I did tell you what they all look like, but you've seen them coming out. You've not chosen which ones to go to.
Okay. I think maybe we spread and to take a look at each one, so we know. So I'll just go to the nearest.
No, you're not. You're trying to game me. I've given you brief descriptions of the 5 items. There are people who are going to flock to look at them. You have to choose which ones you're going to go to. You're not going to have time to systematically go to every one.
Okay.
So which ones are you going to?
Jacob's an archer. He'd like to go look at the bow.
Okay.
That makes sense.
The bow is described as a dragon wing bow. It's got a guide price of 15,000 gold pieces, and it seems to be partially comprised of emerald dragon scales.
Wow.
Make a history check, Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah. That was good for Jacob.
This is a legendary bow. That is not though this is not described on the plaque. It is thought to have actually slain a dragon. Not just any dragon, but Rathalim. Rathalim is a dragon that was thought to have presided over Last Hollow before it was before humanoids inhabited the Isles. It's the death of Rathalim is like kind of like St. George in terms of this like pre-historical mythological event that kind of everybody in Last Hollow knows about. And you thought that this bow is really just a bow of legend. Didn't really exist.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Crazy.
At a really low price.
Jacob wants this bow.
A really low price. What was the price? Sorry.
15k.
Jacob 15k, but Jacob wants the bow.
That's like suggested, so it could go for like a lot more, right?
Depends who knows what about it.
And Jacob's not going to tell anybody else that about it, but yeah.
Okay.
He'll go back to meet the others after they've looked at their items.
So, Smoke, Jewel is kind of looking for some guidance from you. Which item or type of item do you want to go dispatch her to? Do you want to do anything with her, or?
Yeah, I would ask. Hopefully, we can do this quickly enough. I know Jacob rushed over to the bow. If we can get in there next, I'd like to ask Jewel to use her power of distort in value to make the bow look less valuable, so that when other people come and look at it,
the bow, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look as valuable to them. It looks not as good.
All right. So if you send her off just behind Jacob, as your eyes glow green with emerald envy at the prospect of anybody else laying their hands on this bow, Jewel comes up behind you.
I don't know. This bow doesn't look that special, right?
And she waves her hand over it, and the emerald scale fitted into the handle of the bow just seem to dull and almost looks like start to fall off. It just looks like it's in really shit condition now. Tilly, Belknap's like looking around with his hands in his pockets, like, what are you doing? Which item?
I don't think she'd be like inclined to anything specific. So
Okay.
might as well roll.
You want to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The other items have gone back up. Roll me a d6.
1.
You
Waves
go
my hand.
over. You go. it's a good item. You go over to the golden hand, where the the coral shield ring that's now Shamselvuk's
Yeah.
is gone, and it's been replaced by another ring. And over the top of the golden hand has been like a glass like cloche to protect this ring.
Wow.
It is described as a ring of invisibility.
The thing that is first magic item that you ever gave me and took it away straight away. Do you remember?
I do. That's why I laughed. The guide price is 30,000 gold pieces.
Crazy. Yeah. She'll look at it and then go back and report to, I guess, Smoke. Say like this, yeah, it's very powerful, but very expensive.
As Mira and Tisha are coming back out, the weird-looking tiefling, all dressed in black, goes up to where the scepter should be displayed, and she's just looking impatient. She gets into a little bit of an argument with the red lady, and they start accusing each other of foul play and maybe bidding under the table. They're generally mistrustful of each other, and their motives are strong for trying to acquire that item. So yeah, Tisha, Mia, you can return to the others.
We've got good news for you.
How did it go?
Very well. It's ours. We just need to pay. Well, you were amazing. Teamwork. It worked. The spell worked. The persuasion worked. It's just cost us 10,000, and we have to sort that out tomorrow when we have the cash, or later today. See what happens. How's it going with you guys?
Well, they brought the other items out. I quite fancy that bow.
I made sure Jewel went over to distort the value a little bit. I would not be surprised if you could easily take that for the guide price.
For the guide price or less than? I do not have the guide price.
Perhaps less. She assures me that she's made it appear only half of its value.
There's the ring as well, which makes you invisible. It seems extremely powerful, and it's 30,000 gold pieces.
What about the sword with the genie, or the dagger with the genie?
It's the main thing we need to keep out the hands of the others.
Sword gives you a wish. That sounds very powerful.
Probably 3. It's not out yet. I don't.
It is out. It's been brought out in a case.
Is there anyone particular that's like, or just everyone's wants it?
Virtually everybody has gone next to it. You would say that Virion is looking at it quite closely.
Can we change its value?
With something like that, maybe. I'll look over to Jewel. Like, oh, she's already had a go.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't think that she has the power to do it
The
again.
sword is like another level. Yeah.
It seems like it's gonna be the most dangerous in the wrong hands, right?
Where the hell is Shamselvuk? Doesn't he have any money? Doesn't this ship have more money? Where are the Argent Knights?
Yeah, we haven't established that yet. Jacob, can you go and ask the that elf what he plans to do? Maybe if we know this, it will help us.
Yeah, I'll go and ask.
You going to Virion?
Yeah.
Hello. You seem to be quite fond of that weapon.
I thought it was something, but I'm an archer. I like shooting bows at things. Any sort of weapon is interesting to me. Like, I carry my grandfather's blade. I carry a bow made by a Fletcher in Maloon. I was just looking at options. It is a nice bow. Goes with the green of mine and your eyes.
Yes. They're quite similar.
Yes.
Do you know I've never been fond of warfare? I'd heard that the Scepter of Savras was going to be here, but to be honest, the more I look at this sword, I wonder about the possibilities.
I mean, it is a nice sword.
Yeah. I wonder if it really can do what the little plaque there says it can. Have you ever known anybody been able to grant a wish? A wish spell is almost unfathomable to me. Maybe I'll put a bid on it.
If you wish, yeah. The wish spell. I think your brother spoke of it once or twice. But
Did he?
whether or not magic has a cost, so if you use the spell, who knows what might happen to you in payment.
I'd hope whatever bid somebody puts on it is certainly worth whatever costs are brought to bear.
So
I was very impressed with Shamselvuk's bidding. He got it, that ring for 1/10 of the price.
he is he's a canny one, that. He
Mm.
always vanishes whenever we need him.
Quite a few unsold things. Anyway,
Yeah,
we
surprised with that, but yes. So
should return to our seats.
yes, the sword. You wish to bid on the sword, but I'd be wary of hidden costs involved with high magics.
Make a persuasion check.
Jacob does remember the fact that obviously Mir's stepdad made the wish spell and was very badly.
Arl, yeah.
Not very persuasive.
You see Virion listens to you and he nods, but he seems somewhat transfixed by the blade. And at that point, everybody can return to the seats as the items are announced and any bidding is taking place. Sorry, I know we're getting really close to time, so I'll try and speed up if I can.
Guys, if I put some of my own money in, could I have some of our group, some of the thing to maybe buy that bow, keep it out of the hands of things? If we can get it off, I don't want to mention it here, but I know more about that bow. It's
If
storage.
we don't win the blade though, if we'll have enough for the blade.
We have
We have
60.
50.
Oh,
I wanted
50
5.
from the Horde.
It's estimated to be worth 15. Jewel did her trick. That takes it to 7.5. I have 3 of my own, so 5 would take it to 8. That should clear it, I think.
Well, between the we have 50,000 from the Horde, 25,000 from my Tabaxi clan folk.
30.
Felnak can put 30.
So that's 105 minus 10. We spent 95,000.
No,
No, the
that
10
don't
was
minus
already
the
taken
10.
off, so it is 105.
Why wouldn't we minus the 10?
Because we said 50 and we had 60 to begin with. We already took the 10 off. Yeah.
Of course.
That's quite a lot.
That is a lot.
I mean,
105,000.
I have 2,000
How
gold
much-
pieces.
How much would we?
Do you think
How
we'd
much
get
would we
for-
bid though?
What, on the sword?
Mm-hmm.
It said 60,000, I guess. To be certain, we'd have to maybe 90.
90. 1.5 times its value should clear most of the bids.
I mean, those ladies across the table there, they seem very unhappy that they didn't get what they wanted. So they might just go all in onto this one. Or if they go, I guess, if they go like 100 or above, we're not gonna be able to bid them.
The final round of bidding for tonight's auction. I will not I refer to the previous items which are still open for bidding. The Dragon's Bane Battle Standard. The guide price has been reduced, given that this is the second round of bidding, to 7,500 gold pieces. The Adventurer's Wand has gone down to a bargain price of 1,000 gold pieces. However, we now enter some of the most prized objects ever seen here at the Well of Whispers. May I present to you a Ring of Invisibility, a legendary ring that gives its wielder untold power in the realm of stealth and illusion. A guide price of 30,000 gold pieces. Another ring, though not quite so legendary, but still very useful and sought after. The Ring of Resistance, 10,000 gold pieces guide price. Unfortunately, I have to announce, ladies and gentlemen, that the Scepter of Savras will not be on display today. I beg you to keep your ear to the ground for any future appearance of such an item or similar. We have the Dragon Wing Bow, which has a guide price of 15,000 gold pieces. Also donated to us by the contingent from Last Hollow, who were here aboard the Royal Blood not a 10-day ago. Finally, we have the prize piece in the auction today. The Luck Blade, a truly exceptional magical item that would not only bring esteem and celebrity to its wielder, but untold arcane power. There is but one charge, however, who would pay for the chance to have their one greatest wish come true. The bidding will start at 60,000 gold pieces for this particular item. If it does not achieve the guide price, at least it will remain unsold. However, given the extra capital in the room, I trust you to take advantage of this truly exquisite item. And I apologize forthwith about the missing scepter. And the two the tiefling and the red lady just start like looking at each other like, yeah, they look like they're going to get into a bit of competition.
Yeah, they're gonna go a couple of 100,000. All we can do is just try.
So do you want to tell me what you're bidding on and what you're bidding?
Would you guys be okay with Jacob having 5 to put 8 down on the?
I don't think so. I think you should put all your money into it, and then.
Well, all my money is 3.
Yeah,
Do it.
it might be enough. You never know. There was like it's been meddled with. Maybe nobody else will be interested. Everybody's gonna go for the sword. I just feel like if we have any chance of winning this, we need everything.
I think the main collective funds we need to try and get the sword. But I would give my personal 2,000 to Jacob.
Yeah, I'll give him 1,000.
So that's 6. Okay, 6 is what I've got. That's what I'll go with.
You're going to put a bit of 6k in for the bow?
Well, it would be 6,040 is my entire savings.
Just call it 6.
Yeah.
Keep your 40 gold for the taxi home. So, can you tell me your bid for the luck blade then, folks? And I will say I've pre-rolled this, the bids, so please don't accuse me of metagaming.
Well, if we take the 55 from Felnak and the Gathering Mountains clan and our own 50,000 remaining from Crimebane's Horde, that's 105.
The money that's coming from other places, are they expecting a share in this item?
Potentially.
You would definitely at least owe this clan and the Harpers a big favour.
I can make it up to the clan. I have that half covered.
Okay.
You'd be in the Harpers' pocket though.
Yeah. I have some stuff I can give to the clan, and I can also make it up to them later. And I'm also like their boss or whatever. So
I guess the Harpers asked Tisha for help to keep it from wrong hands. We are the right hands, so at least halfway there. As far as fulfilling the promises.
And
I'm
two of us had originally met with the Harpers in Maloon. I think that was before me.
Yeah, that's right. If we put all the money that we have, and then somebody will outbid us, we're not losing the money, right? No. It's
just... Yeah, you keep the money then.
Yeah. So I mean, we should probably put everything.
So 105.
105.
Fuck.
A lot of.
I'm going to say the code word, flute. We need your money, Felnak.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Felnak gives you a nod, flute. He does one of these. So, do you want to leave it there? We'll leave it till next week, or?
I kind of do, to be honest. Yeah.
Just tell us.
No.
I honestly don't. I don't even want to win this now.
I do. We don't want to give this sword to the wrong people.
Yeah.
The Ring of Invisibility. Oh, sorry. The Dragon's Bane battle standard still remains unsold. The Adventurer's Wand goes. Do you want me to do the whole thing? Like.
Yes.
Or do you want me to? Okay. Yeah. So, Oswin says the previously unsold Adventurer's Wand of a guide price of 1,000 gold pieces has been sold for 700 gold pieces.
Shams the book. Shams the book, right?
To a liberation.
Oh man, nice.
And like Shamselvuk like nods to Libby and like gives her like a coin purse, and she like jumps up and down and grabs the wand. She looks really happy.
Very cool.
The Ring of Invisibility, with a guide price of 30,000 gold pieces, has been sold for 50,000 gold pieces. The winning bid was from Marion Grimehook of the
Again.
Crimson Court.
Right.
Rich witch.
Rich witch. Invisible rich witch.
The Ring of Resistance has been unsold. Scepter of Severus was not up for auction, so we move on to the Dragon Wing Bow. I do apologize. I received some complaints about the condition of the Dragon Wing Bow, which led to the winning bid being well under the guide price. But a fittingly named Jacob Dragonsbane has won the Dragon Wing Bow for 6,000 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Good.
And I'll
Does
go over and take it very reverently. Thank you.
You now see the evil-looking tiefling like sit back in a chair and like put our fingers together.
Ooh.
Now, the prize item of the evening, the Luck Blade, the power to grant a wish. The winning bid was far above the guide price, as expected. However, we at the Well of Whispers did not expect it to double the guide price.
Yeah. I knew it was gonna happen.
And at this point, the evil tiefling puts her hands like down on the desk and starts looking around accusingly. The winning bid has come from Virian Hololana. 120,000 gold pieces.
Oh, if we'd used the ship money, we would have beaten it.
That's the person we need to go and kill, guys. Make a note.
Dan, what are you doing to me?
Virian gets up as everybody erupts into applause. The staff.
He's not a bad guy.
No,
right?
he's good.
He's not a bad guy. Why? Why do you think he wants the wish?
He goes up
Yeah.
and takes the luck blade out as Oswin pats him on the back. And he looks kind of overwhelmed. He's almost got like a tear in his eye. Speech.
I guess that's good.
Thank you, everybody. The Vade Mecum extends its gratitude and thanks to the Knights of Mystical Fire who were able to obtain this fantastic item. It was most unexpected that I was dispatched here to come and get it. I'd like to dedicate this win to my stepbrother, who I'd not seen for many months until tonight. I wish you were here. And with that, the pommel starts to glow.
No. That cannot be how this works.
What? And there's a massive green glow that fills the room. And we'll end the session there.
Oh, God. Oh, no.